Well, dear friends, hello, absolutely for everyone. I'm telling you in this nice time, nice day. Someone has already a daytime, someone has a morning. I welcome everyone. I hope that you can hear us. First of all, can you hear us well? If you can hear us, please wave your hands, shake the hands, because we want to make our stream and our Congress live. We will have a lot of interesting content today, but let me start from the most important things which I would like to indicate. First of all, for you to start, please find in the panel down the language script. There was an English or a Russian pictogram with a globe. Click on it and you need to choose the language which we like to listen to and to enjoy the stream. It can be either Russian or English, depending on how it is more convenient to you. And independent of the speakers which they talk. If you did it, then raise the hand, and if you can hear, that's great. What will we have in the perspective? First of all, I would like to welcome all of you. Many thanks that you are with us today. I wish all of you very interesting 2 days and bright and remarkable content. Someone is watching the stream on YouTube, and I should say at once that that's great, but I recommend you also to move to our main website of event. This is it's conclave.com. It's in the description. Please enter this website. Then you have the ability to get acquainted, to make the appointments, and I would like to talk. And that will be a technical thing which I will describe. First of all, I would like to pay attention to the fact that we have not only Russian audience, but we have a lot of foreign partners and colleagues who speak English. And please pay attention to this and the communication that will, of course, make your communication more vivid. Just a couple of words about what we are waiting for. And first of all, we have 2 days, and we have the first time such Congress of Russia, India, and Eurasian Union. We are glad to have all of you together. In the first day program, it is planned to have 6 parallel sessions dedicated to the question of cooperation between India and Eurasian countries in the scope of pharmaceutical industry and infrastructural project support of small and medium business, and industrial defense segment innovations and technologies. Moreover, we have also plenary session with the participation of representatives from Russia, India, and Eurasian countries. That's why please be attentive, enjoy, write down, and that will be helpful for you in the program. Of the second date is also planned to make the pitch sessions, within which one the companies will introduce innovation solutions and technologies in the profile fields. And also it is stipulated to make the B2B sessions, which, as I have mentioned before, in a virtual platform. A little bit more about the B2B sessions, how to appoint them. On the platform, you must indicate the profile, you must fill that in. I'm ready for the business meetings on the event to fill in the questionnaire of your organization, information about your organization. Then other companies will find this information in the section of B2B sessions. You will see the list of the companies which are ready to meet with you. Click on the invite, and then the invitation will be sent. If the company agrees, then you will get the personal link in Zoom, and through this link, you can organize the meeting. You can also use the open contacts in order to make some communication or networking in frames of what we are doing. I would like to remind once again the address. This is India-EAEU.com. Please visit, register, and participate in our event today. Additionally, we should move to time. It's 10:05. We move to the first 2 sessions, and they are dedicated to the cooperation in pharmaceutical industry and interaction in the frames of infrastructural projects. That's why please pay attention. For those who are interested in, you choose the direction which you're most interested and participate. What will be there? In the frames of the session of perspective of interaction and cooperation infrastructural project, there were discussion of perspectives, directions of Russia, Indian, and Eurasian unions in the part of infrastructural programs. It's a smart city, safe city, innovation methods of construction, improvement of the quality of infrastructure, and the influence of the consequences of the pandemic in the sphere of the a city environment. And please enter the session if you're interested in. Well, I hope that you can hear us, and we have translation, because those who want to listen to speakers, they can hear. If yes, please, yes, raise your hand, thank you. And that's great, because we have a positive mood today. Many thanks for those who participate today. And let me turn the floor to the moderators of the session, General Director of Laboratory, Mr. Romano, and Deputy of the Head of Department of External and International Connections of Moscow, Oleg Shutenko. If everyone is ready, we can start the sessions, and then they will introduce the speakers who will participate in them. So we wish you good time and content, enjoy, and please communicate as much as you can. Thank you.
We have speakers from the industry as well as the other organizing bodies. So we have Ms. Suchitra Ella, who is a joint managing director for Bharat Biotech. We have Nina Otrovna, who is a director of RDIF Healthcare from Russia. We have Viktor Alexandrovich, general director of Association of Russian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, and Mr. Oleg Igorovich, who is the Vice President and Government Relations for PharmSynthese Group. So I would want to say that to begin with, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian pharmaceutical industry is the world's third largest by volume and employing over 2.7 million people. And maybe I would also like to check, Ruslan, are you able to hear me well? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ruslan. As I was saying, that the Indian pharmaceutical industry is the world's third largest by volume and employing about 2.7 million people and generating more than $2 billion in FDA cash flows over the last 3 years. It has played a key role in delivering better health outcomes across the world through the affordable, high-quality drugs. The Indian sector, currently valued at about 40 billion, has the potential to becoming a global pharmacy hub in the coming years. Moreover, the government is supporting the development of 3 bulk drug state-of-the-art infrastructure world-class centers of excellence across the country. The Indian pharmaceutical industry has been instrumental in supplying generic drugs to the global market. India fulfills about 20% of the global demand for generic medicines in terms of volumes and supplies over 60% of the global demand for various vaccines and ARV drugs. The country has also a large pool of scientists and engineers who have the potential to steer the industry ahead in terms of the future way forward. The growth of the industry has been fueled by adopting global standards and setting up large-scale plants while leveraging the inherent competitive advantage that India offers in terms of its talent pool. Currently, India has over several US FDA plants, currently totaling about 665. Outside of US, as well as 44% of global abbreviated new drug applications or NDAs. One of the key challenges faced by the pharmaceutical industry in India has been reliance on imports of some of the key starting raw materials and active ingredients, and we have been working to try and in-source them and ensure that we will be fully self-sufficient to serve both India and the global markets. I think the coronavirus-related supply chain interruptions have highlighted the vulnerabilities of drug supply chain and urgent need to ensure the end-to-end availability of the value chain in pharma. The COVID pandemic has put the healthcare as a topmost priority in all the countries where mutual synergies in the field of healthcare are being sought to harness and bolster production and development of pharmaceuticals as well as vaccines. Since the coronavirus pandemic began, the country has been in the forefront of supplying medicines, generic drugs to the others. And by May 2020, India was sending in pharmaceuticals, test kits, and other medical equipment to about 90 countries around the world. Now, despite heavy domestic demand, India has undertaken a massive program of sharing the COVID-19 vaccines with several countries around the world. And this program is being expanded in a phased manner to ensure that domestic demand does not suffer. Bilaterally, it has been observed that pharmaceuticals are a major Indian export to EAEU region, and Indian companies are interested in investments for closer collaboration to tap the wider Central American market. India and EAEU companies could look at cooperation of drugs and pharmaceuticals. In fact, I represent Dr. Reddy's. We have been in the EAU region for the last 3 decades and have been actively working with the local companies to tech transfer and manufacture life-saving medicines in Russia. We've actively participated in the tech transfer and manufacturing of projects with R-Farm, with Verofarm, and very recently, we have an active collaboration with RDIF in bringing in the Sputnik vaccine to India, locally preparing for manufacturing of the product and working with RDIF to supply to India and several of the emerging markets. What EAU has also done, apart from the opportunity, is to look at how the regulatory environment is harmonized across the EAU region. So today I consider several positives. For example, if we talk about quality examination of medicinal products, the laboratory tests are carried out in a single EAU state, and only one state clearance is required instead of repeating the quality tests across all of the EAU geography. Manufacturers need to provide just one registration dossier instead of 5 registration dossiers we have been used to. And in terms of the GMP inspection, now there is a single GMP inspection, and we could then that should suffice for all of the countries. In terms of pharmacopoeia, the unified EAU pharmacopoeia, which is harmonized with international pharmacopoeias, is helping us to ensure that our products are available across the region. And there is a good amount of digital transformation that is taking place in terms of information systems. So I see that there is still a lot of room for both the countries to participate and to exchange, especially in pharmaceuticals. What we are looking at is how can we get the best of what Russia is able to offer. I gave you an example of Sputnik to India and use India as a base to not only serve India, but for other markets. At the same time, what India can offer, how we could bring it into Russia, because today there are several world-class facilities in Russia. How could we utilize the facilities? How we could work in ensuring better reliance, self-sufficiency of critical products manufactured full scale, both API and formulations in Russia. So I see that there is a huge possibility even going forward, and I would definitely be looking forward to ask my fellow panelists to also throw some light on that. And with that, I would request the participation of Ms. Suchitra Ella, the Joint Managing Director of Bharat Biotech, to share her vision on how we could make the EAU cooperation much better.
Can you unmute me? Hi, Mr. Ramna, can you hear me? Please.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Mrs. Ella is not able to join us today, so I'm Sai Prasad, and I'm sitting in on behalf of Mrs. Ella. I am an executive director of Bharat Biotech. I take care of quality operations in several of our strategic and business ventures. I think most people in the audience, know about Bharat Biotech. We are a vaccine company based out of India. We're about 20 years old as an organization. We focus on innovative and novel vaccines. We supply vaccines to more than 100 countries around the world. Several of our vaccines are WHO pre-qualified and also being sold in many middle-income and certain high-income countries around the world. Most recently, we did develop Covaxin, which is indigenously developed right from scratch here in India, from the strains to basic R&D to preclinical toxicology studies and clinical trials. And now, a month ago or a month and a half ago, we received the emergency use authorization in India. And now we have also received the emergency use authorization in more than 5 or 6 countries, and we've submitted dossiers in more than 30 countries now. And we're in the process of expanding our manufacturing capabilities, not just in India, but also in other parts of the world. So we are actively talking to partners in India and in other parts of the world to look at our capacity expansion. So coming specifically to the EAEU region, we do have some exposure to this region, albeit not a lot, but we are talking to several of our partners in Russia, in Belarus, in many of the, Kazakhstan and many of the neighboring countries to see what is the interest of our vaccines in those countries. And when we look at our partnerships, we look at it from 2 perspectives. We are looking at it from a pure, obviously, sales and marketing perspective, expansion of markets for our products from India. But we're also looking at other kinds of research partnerships or technical collaborations in these countries. We know very well, just like India, Russia and some of the other neighboring states have very, very good technical and capabilities in chemistry and in biology, just like India. And I think that is a good partnership for Indian companies to have with many of these entities. So I think with that, I will pause my opening remarks, and later on, I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sai Prasad, for those opening remarks. I would like to now invite Ms. Nina Otrovna. She's the Director of RDF Healthcare Department. Ms. Nina, please. Ms. Nina, I think you are on mute.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Once again, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nina Kandelaki. I represent the Russian Fund of Direct Investment in the Department of Healthcare in this fund. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference. This is a great initiative, and we are so happy to participate. We're so happy to share our ideas. First of all, I would like to say that the Russian Fund of Direct Investment is a sovereign fund of the Russian Federation. It's been such in the last several decades, and it's always played a great role in significant problems in the area of healthcare. And that's why from the very beginning of this pandemics, it's been our focus. We started from the test systems, PCR, COVID detection, and then we invested into the antivirus medication, Aripavir, and of course, Sputnik V became a big one as well. With the Gamaleya Institute, we invested heavily into this. And based on the order of the Russian Federation and the president of the Russian Federation, it's become our task to spread this vaccine and make it available to international markets. But first of all, I would like to say that our Indian partners in this question, our Indian partners are our key partners. And in terms of working in the Indian market, first of all, and now we are undergoing process of registration with our partners, Dr. Regis company, in terms of coming into the Indian market, but also in terms of production as well. Other than the Russian platforms where Sputnik V is being produced with the purposes of vaccination in Russia, this vaccine also has great obligations concerning international markets as well. As of today, it's 50 countries that have permission for registration or authorization, and this puts great obligations upon our soldiers. We're talking about hundreds of millions of vaccine doses in a very short period of time. And our Indian partners and ourselves are working with four very big platforms where the transfer of technologies took place, and we are hoping to come to commercial production. It's a little different for different of those platforms, but somewhere in spring, maybe in the month of May 2021, very soon, very shortly, this vaccine will start being used both for the purposes of the Indian population, and for the entire international community, international contracts that we have, that RFPE fund has within the framework of this vaccine's delivery. So this is a very close partnership, all right? It taught us a lot of things, and we're going to continue the focus of this fund. And the focus of this fund will also lie upon the development of the pharmaceutical industry. And we have a very remarkable observation I want to share. Everything is changing in an interesting way. Right now, any progress in this area is only possible with the condition of very close collaboration between institutions, startups, production companies, regulators, various funds. It should be teamwork. And our experience with working with vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, demonstrated just that. And as an investment fund, we are extremely happy to be in the very midst of this process of development of international industry in this question. And would like to make sure, we would like to assure our partners that we're going to participate actively in this cooperation. We will continue collaborating with you both for the benefit of Russia and your country and the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nina. Thank you very much. Positive note from you. As you have absolutely said, it was brilliant working with your team in localizing the manufacturing and trying to help not only India, but for other countries. And I look forward to further hearing from you when I might ask and I get some questions from the others. So let me now welcome Mr. Viktor Alexandrovich, General Director, Association of Russian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, to kindly deliver his address.
Yes. Good morning, dear colleagues. I will introduce myself. I'm head of Russian Pharmaceutical Producers Association. I have to say that the Russian history of Russian cooperation with our Indian partners is a very rich, has a very rich history. We remember the years and I remember the years when Russia was a country that was exporting its chemical substances to India, not India to Russia. And these years, we started remembering those years because all actual borders were closed, and the issue of providing substances it became very important. It was actualized, and this is what I wanted to tell you about. The new realities shift the vector from carbohydrates to human health, not just the questions of pharmaceuticals, but generally development of medicine equipment, fighting infectious and non-infectious diseases. And the second question is that pandemics created new challenges for us. It created challenges for business in general, and of course for the pharmaceutical business as well. And today, I already mentioned that it's extremely important for every country to have, on the one hand, its own reserves of active ingredients and medications in order to prevent those diseases. On the other hand, cooperation is extremely important that will that will make sure that every country's population has enough of those medications and substances. And this is our top priority. And at this point, I would like to outline the following issues of cooperation: the questions of localizing production, and we're talking about full cycle production. This is not always economically profitable. There's a number of products that we have to deal with in terms of maneuvering active ingredients, reserves, and those points of production. They should be provided in all parts of the world. And the second issue is, of course, joint projects. Today, we can see that unfortunately, the virus is spreading, it's developing. And today, our Ministry of Health mentioned that for the first time, South African stem of virus, clone of virus, was detected in Russia. Just today, this information came. And of course, global migrations, the process of global migration will increase these processes, accelerate them, unfortunately. And of course, we have to work on various genetic differences, racial differences in different points of the world. And that's why joint scientific projects should become a priority of our mutual cooperation. Partly it was already mentioned. It's extremely important to prepare personnel, cadre, qualified specialists. We're talking about production, we're talking about science, but it only becomes possible in terms of development when qualified, competent personnel is in their place. And myself, I remember times when I was assistant dean in university with foreign students, and I remember how many Indian students studied in our university, and we followed them after graduation, and we followed their trajectories, and we were so proud when they would achieve high career points in their following work. And this is what we should do. We should continue this kind of exchange. Our students should also be able to acquire Indian experience, which we understand is very big, very rich experience. And regulatory processes is another important priority. Only when regulation is proper will we be able to provide medications to everyone. Sometimes we actually create an additional barrier for ourselves. Good example with the Sputnik V. Overcoming regulatory barriers is difficult in Europe, but we know that it's already being used in Hungary, which is an EU country, in Slovakia. Sorry, the connection is lost. I'm sorry. Italy today is also considering this possibility of using Sputnik V. So what about these regulatory issues that prevent sometimes this cooperation. Maybe it should be reconsidered. Maybe they're slowing down the process. Maybe they should be, well, of course they should provide us with good qualities of chemicals. We understand that, but at the same time, we have to understand they should be they should be convenient for doing business, for accelerating business. Another very important issue is equipment for pharmaceutical production. Today, biological and biotechnological issues have to deal with barriers that are extremely difficult and difficult to overcome. For example, it's hard to receive fermenting chemicals for biological processes, and sometimes, you know, we have to solve these problems and questions together. We shouldn't slow down the industry. So, for example, today at this great meeting, within its framework and B2B framework, we should discuss these questions. And thank you very much for this talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Viktor Alexandrovich, for your comments. I fully agree with you that what started off with Pharma 2020, then subsequently with the Pharma 2030, there has been a significant increase in the localization efforts. And today, I think Russia is on the way to become absolutely self-sufficient in pharma, and obviously in other areas beyond the traditional ones, the more high-tech ones like the vaccines. We're today helping many countries, including India. Now I would request Mr. Oleg Igorovich, Vice President, Government Relations, Farm Centers, to kindly give in his speech.
Good morning. I represent the pharmaceuticals company, and just a couple of words about what this cluster is. This includes 5 pharmaceutical companies that include 2,500 employees. And in the last 5 years, this group invested into more than the company had a profit of $450 million at the end of the year, and the company has been growing its size about 30-35% of growth every year in the past several years. The company's price list is slightly more than 180 types of medications, brands of medication. As for our topic about new realities in the area of pharmaceutical cooperation, all of us are aware that at the end of the 20th century, very clear framework agenda was created of the division in labor. When China and India was producing a majority of substances, the rest of the world would acquire it. 85-90% was provided with China and India in terms of pharmaceutical substances. And the world pandemic of COVID demonstrated that this working scheme has its certain minuses. We remember the closure of borders, the break in logistics and in chains of delivery, and troubles with delivering chemicals. For Russia, it's a big issue. Russia can only provide not more than 8 to 9%. That is enough for itself. The rest of it, Russia buys from outside, from abroad. And these epidemics demonstrated very clearly that in order to solve these important, strategically important issues and provision of its healthcare and the safety of the population, something has to be changed. Many countries made particular decisions in this regard. In Russia, in 2020, the government ordered to increase the
Mr. Oleg, we've lost your voice.
Mr. Oleg Igorevich, we are unable to hear the interpreter. We are unable to hear the interpreter. If you could just give a minute, we could try and get the interpreter back.
And this connection is back. So this is a good reason why it should be done. And in the town of Bratsk, president will take part in the opening of projects, just $20 million projects. He came here. And the factory was opened. The pharmaceuticals group company is planning to carry out mega investment projects, more than $1 billion project in terms of producing pharmaceutical substances, not only to provide a significant part of requests of the Russian pharmaceutical companies. About half of the substances will be sent to the international market. And at this point, we are looking for partners in India, and we would like to find companies, enterprises that would be ready to participate in this project. So we are really, really interested in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oleg Igorevich. We are aware that the PharmSynTest group has grown very rapidly, and as you have rightly said, a lot of new facilities that have come up. And I've also recently seen President's speech on your new facility inauguration. And this also goes to the point of how Russia is becoming increasingly self-reliant in healthcare. So I would request now, if there are any questions to the panelists, if you could kindly post it in the chat box, I could then address the question to the respective panelist. If you have any question, kindly post it in the chat box. Maybe I could, by the time the questions come in, maybe I could start off with a question. This is a question for Ms. Nina Otrovna. RDIF is not only supporting the manufacturing and distribution of Sputnik around the world, but you're also supporting many local initiatives to increase manufacturing of both generic and innovative medicines in the region. If you could kindly elaborate what you are doing in the region and how can Indian companies collaborate with you and your partners? Ms. Nina, are you able to hear the question? Maybe then I will wait for Ms. Nina to come back. This is a question for Mr. Viktor Alexandrovich, General Director for Association of Russian Pharmaceutical Manufacturers. Mr. Alexandrovich, I have heard you in Moscow many times on your vision on how the Russian pharmaceutical industry can develop, and you have been an important proponent of getting the support. And you've also seen that today more than 50% of the Russian need for pharmaceuticals is serviced by a strong Russian industry. What do you see going forward? What is your vision for the Russian pharmaceutical industry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ram, on one side, this is an easy question, but on the other side, it's a difficult question because we all work in our market and we understand that pharmaceutical industry generally and the whole branch, it's existing as it is, and it depends directly on its financial part and the priorities which the healthcare system provides. The level of disease and the structure, it does not correspond to the structure of consumption of the drugs. And that means that unfortunately we have developed the self-medicine in a bad definition when people did not address the doctors but made themselves different diagnoses, and when the disease was too serious, they addressed the doctors to help. And of course, this from time to time it changed, and now we have the standards of treatment, we have the clinical recommendations, and now we have the plan of meanings for different nosologies, for orphan diseases, and of course we have changed the relation in the system of healthcare. It means that the customer should be the system of the healthcare, and the pharmaceutical industry should provide these customers with the necessary capacities and the products. That will be an ideal picture which does not exist anywhere in the world. It means that everywhere there is a pharmaceutical business which is targeted for earning money and more money, and sometimes some not new products are actually shown by the company as totally new product which is dedicated to one disease, but in reality it's not like this. And the pilot products on the drug production, we must have launched these projects a year ago, but unfortunately because of pandemic we faced problems, and we told about the pilot project which should be implemented in 47 regions with 23 drugs of heart diseases and cardiovascular direction. I hope that this pilot will either be launched in this or next year, because at least the legislative basis, it's more or less prepared for launching this part. The regions are ready, and this is clear, of course, that the COVID made some amendments. Now we will get out of this situation, out of this state, and we got used and we got adopted, despite we receive information that there is the third wave. This is not the best time, of course, for launching the pilot projects, for experiments, and first we should struggle against but we do not postpone this question. We suppose that pharmaceutical industry should be connected mainly to the healthcare system and to provide the customers in the orders which are done for the industry of healthcare. That's briefly my answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Viktor Alexandrovich. There is a question for Mr. Oleg Igorovich. There is a question is that Indian companies today who have complex dosage forms, can they work with PharmSynthesis? Are you looking forward for cooperation with Indian pharmaceutical companies on complex dosage forms? I don't know if the interpreter was able to translate my question to Mr. Oleg. So probably then let me ask a question to Mr. Sai Prasad. Sai Prasad, your company has been in the forefront of developing products end to end, and you have also demonstrated many times that you could develop the product at a very affordable price and have benefited millions of patients. How do you expect to look for opportunities in EAU to bring much more cooperation between EAU and India?
Sure. So, when we are looking at partnerships, as I mentioned earlier, we are looking at, two types of partnerships. One is looking at products that we have already innovated and that we manufacture here in India, but that we are looking at purely, sales, marketing, and distribution relationships, and to ensure that these kinds of high quality vaccines and therapeutics, reach the Russian Federation and other EAEU regions also, because I think the patients and the subjects in that part of the world are also equally important. What I mentioned on the second half is that we're also looking at partnerships for product development or clinical trials, or also doing research and development, because we do realize that there is a lot of experience and knowledge in the Russian Federation and the EAEU region in chemistry, in biology, in virology, for example, in the manufacturing disciplines. I think that can also be leveraged. And with these partnerships, obviously, companies in the EAEU region can grow, and so can Indian companies. I think both of us can grow. So I think we are open for those kinds of partnerships. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. I don't know if the interpreter is back. There was a question for Mr. Oleg. Can I go ahead and ask the question? So I guess not able to hear the interpretation. So maybe on behalf of both the India and EAU dialogue as well as CII. I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their thoughts. Definitely, there is a great opportunity for EAU and India to increase the cooperation. As many of you spoke, whether it is in the form of exchange of R&D technologies, whether it is in the form of increasing manufacturing or looking at the full-scale development of the products. We have been partners for many decades now, and we have been trusted partners. And the opportunity to increase the business and opportunity to increase the trade is only going to be much more than what we had in the past. So look forward for all of you industry leaders to help in taking this journey forward. And I thank CII for hosting this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramna, and thank you, CII, for hosting us. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank
you. You can stop the video.
I'm pretty much sure that there are a lot of questions which we couldn't highlight, but you have an opportunity to ask these questions in the format of chat. You can write, and please appoint the meetings in the format of B2B. And we are just in our first part of our journey, and I remind you that we have the second session. We wait when it will finish a little bit later, but nevertheless, everything what happens right now, we have several significant sessions. Please stay with us for those who wanted to drink coffee or maybe to have a small break. Now it's a great opportunity because our first session is over. For those who want to participate in the second session, please take patience. Soon we start and we will continue further. I kindly remind you the rules and time frame of what you do. You have an ability to appoint the meetings in B2B format. How to do this? You write the information about your organization so that other companies find out the information about you. After that, you can appoint the meetings and you can see the information about the other companies in your and then automatically you get the link in Zoom for communication and for the bright emotions of negotiations. At 11 o'clock, 11:25, we have 2 sessions in Moscow time. I will announce them briefly, but I inform you that the next sessions will be also parallel. It will be dedicated to the measures of support and question of development of industrial complex after and before pandemic. Those who are interested, please join that. And we will be glad to see you there. And the tools which applied for reconstruction of industrial sector after the recovery of the world economy after pandemic. So we kindly ask you to pay attention. Please create the meetings, the questions. If you have any technical peculiarity and you want to change the language, please change the language. You can choose English or Russian language. You just click and choose the language which is comfortable. And please do not forget to switch off the original sound. This will help you to listen to the translation. So we had already the first session. The first session is over. Thank you very much for those who participated in this session. Definitely special thanks to the moderator that he moderated and summed up. But we continue, and now we have a small technical break in order to get relaxed and to prepare for the sessions, which will be, we have today 6 of them. each of these sessions has a very interesting and good set of content. Please stay with us, be involved, and enjoy the Congress Russia-India-Eurasian Union. So for the second session, actually we finish. We wait to finish the second parallel session, and after that, we inform them about the procedure. Oleg Shutenko is in the second session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roman, for moderating this session. We are now getting questions in the chat. Now everything is online. Now you can see everything happening here. 3 hours, 3 hours is the time difference between us and India. But we are all together here. Well, enjoy yourself. Now we will show you, I will ask my colleagues to demonstrate just what's expecting you in our following parallel sessions. There's 2 sessions now ahead of us. One of us will be talking about supporting companies after pandemics. Now, well, but will also, the second one is also about measures related to the COVID pandemics. These are very interesting sessions. We have very interesting speakers. You can ask your questions and we will answer your questions. Dear colleagues, I would like to upload now the pictures, just this timetable of the next session. And now we would like to let our speakers rest while the second session still goes on. Well, thank you very much.
Well, dear friends, congratulations. Our first 2 sessions are behind, but we are waiting for the next 4. There is time to learn, to find out something new, and we sum up the results of the first 2 sessions in the frames of first. We paid attention to the innovation technologies, development of the vaccine against COVID-19. The program was very fruitful and interesting. And in frames of the second, and we discussed the perspective directions of cooperation of India, Russia, and Eurasian countries, and also influence. We had a small break, 5 minutes break, and after that we will have 2 additional sessions, and the first session will be of support of small and medium business and in the modeling of projects, and as well programs for entrepreneur support. And we are glad to see all of you. The second session will be about the mechanism of reconstruction of agricultural sector after COVID-19 and strengthening of trade on the economic session. And for all others, I remind, for most of us, I remind that there is an opportunity to appoint the meeting. Please do this, negotiate, and what should you do? Well, first of all, you should enter the website and add to B2B part where there is information about the companies which are in your field. So what you should do, first of all, you fill in the questionnaire and then move to the phrase find the necessary company. There is a implementation if the company agrees. There is a link to Zoom. Once again, the website of our event is india.com. Please visit. There is in the description, and of course, please be proactive in everything what happens. Write the decisions, share the experience, and just and this is interesting for all participating. I wish you good luck, and we do not say farewell. Stay with us, please. Well, dear colleagues, our break, small one but nice one, is over, and we move to our next two parallel sessions, and I will tell you a little bit about them. So they will be dedicated to the following topics. First of all, the measures of support of small and medium entrepreneurs and development of agricultural business after and during pandemic time. First of two sessions will be about the support of small and medium business and methods of development of regulation mechanisms of support, programs of support for the business from the state and profile organization. The second session will be the leverage tools and the mechanisms for the support of agricultural segment after COVID-19 and the ways to reinforce of the connections of trade on the recession. Like the moderator of the session is the secretary of the Shanghai Organization of Cooperation, Sergei Kanatsky, and the head of the food support of the Confederation of Indian ACMD organization, Pirus Kambalata. They are joining, they will be moderating everything what is happening, and I will make a small announcement prior to what will happen. Please get acquainted and to use all resources, and we can announce that please appoint the meetings and negotiating right now. Have a good session, and please do not waste the time. Write the questions for the session, and we have a lot of speakers and they have good content. Have a nice time independent of the session which you have chosen. Thank you very much. I hope we can start. Yes, please. Thank you, dear colleagues. I am glad to welcome all of you. Sergei Kanatsky, the acting secretary of the Business Council of Shanghai Organization. This is an international organization, as you know, the same as Eurasian Union. We will not discuss what is better, but right now we faced with a big problem of international relations and development of international economic relations. This is COVID-19. And what is to be strange and scary for small and medium business actually moved a little bit particular states and structures of business for development of the strategies of new cooperation in frames of development of economic cooperation with small and medium enterprises. And for some countries, this category includes also small enterprises such like in China or India. And we know that a big amount of them belong to this. It is solved by these entities, and we should say that before COVID-19, before the year 2020, in the year 2019, the members of Shanghai Organization in Eurasian Union, because we have a cross connection, they participated and solved these problems of support of the small and medium business. They have established the special structures and special programs, but especially in the moment of pandemic, the necessity of first steps of activity with support of small and medium business, where have been established particular economic directions. And right now I would like to turn the floor to our speech makers in order to understand how effective the measures were, and maybe these measures should be more effective, and maybe it's about the future, because we all hope that it will become the post-COVID time. Dear colleagues, I would like to, in the frames of our event, to keep the time frame, it's one speech up to 7 minutes, and the questions will be prepared after every speech, and so that the speech maker could answer. And now I turn the floor to the deputy of the director of the Department of Business and Entrepreneurship of Belarus Republic, Valentin Alexandrov. Can you hear?
It would be very interesting for us to hear your opinion, because as an observer, as an EU country and the country of our union, well, you're paying a lot of attention to the small and medium business, and I would like to hear your opinion. Dear participants, our small and medium business provides for 48% of the products. It's more than 1/3 of the economy. The development of small and medium companies is one of the priorities. The pandemic situation introduced its own changes. The demand decreased, and during the pandemics, despite the inner quarantine measures, the results were very negative. Small and medium business suffered a lot. Food industry, tourism, logistics, some companies reprofiled their activities. Well, they had to work with doctors, provide lunches for them, and other assistance. So in order to develop a stable functioning of the retail sector, certain measures were taken to improve the situation. They didn't include direct support, it was indirect support of the companies. The first level was to decrease expenditures for organizations and individual entrepreneurs by decreasing the tax and administrative loads, decreasing the payments for energy resources. And the president made a decree in order to provide measures to support financial measures that are mostly subjected to the measures, and there was certain recalculation of payment debts was done, and the taxes were decreased for individual entrepreneurs in all regions except for Russia. And during the second wave of coronavirus, there were several there were extensions of this decree. Installments were increased. The permissions for selling non-recipe medications online were given. Financial stability was provided by timely governmental support, and there was also some other measures taken, such as amortization and the rights for it, and so there were also measures of regulatory character. Some new credits and the credit terms without credit tasks. Banks were recommended in order to provide the credits by means of installments. So banks were recommended to provide the correct penalty sanctions so that they don't exceed the amount of non-payments in the case of the credits provision. The banks were provided assistance. Also, the decree allowed to decrease the administrative load on the business. The terms were extended, and the payments and the other also some measures were taken. So particular administrative procedures were given measures that also decreased the effects of the pandemics. I really hope that these measures will allow us to improve the administrative procedures in post-pandemic times. Also, we took some measures aimed at the preservation of working places and the support of the population. The employers were instructed to improve the working conditions of the employees, and they should provide it with the necessary unemployment benefits in the case of having a child under 10 years old. So the president also made a certain decree to add to the unemployment benefits a certain amount of funds, especially in the case of not working because of COVID. A lot of companies represent small business. Also, there were certain measures taken about the address support and the payment, additional payment to medical and social workers. Right here, I will not be speaking about that in details. And as a result, those measures allowed us to decrease the negative effect of the pandemics. In the fourth quarter of the year 2020, the economic activity was increasing, and the numbers were really indicating a certain increase in the production output. Of course, it's happening differently for different industries, and as a result, the government, together with the National Bank, will continue taking the necessary measures, and the return of functioning to normal levels. The operative control will continue, and systematic decisions will have to be made. Thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions for the speaker? I would like to pay attention to to the fact that a big spectrum of financial support was suggested here, and measures aimed at employment benefits and the preservation of working places. This is very interesting. Smir Kolesevich. Hello. Sonata Ganesevich. Yes, I hear you. Yes, thank you. I would like to hear several words. Moscow is not exactly ahead of everyone, but in Moscow, a lot of positions were sort of piloting. So in the post-COVID situation, they wanted to provide just how effectively the state, the federation, is acting in order to support small and medium business. Thank you, Serena Ganesevich. Will you take the floor, please? Yes, I would like. I would like to say that Moscow is aggressively beginning to support companies in difficult situations. There were certain institutes created. The groups of operative regulation on the level of vice mayor of Moscow. Working groups were created with the Department of Support of entrepreneurship of the city, and they provided, there's particular work done with particular companies. They were just discussing problematic points here. And we also have to mention the process that was happening at the same time with the entrepreneurship protection that Sergei Sobyanin, mayor of Moscow, is heading that includes a lot of active experts and representatives of business companies. Within this complex approach, several very clear decisions were made. The consultations the subsidizing of particular areas of business, and as many as 14 types of new subsidies were put into action to support small medium business. Also privileges for more than 5 billion rubles were made. 5 packages of measures were created. I will say about their types. I will say that it's subsidies, tax release, external contract subsidizing, franchising, that allow to decrease the amount of work for small business, for new projects, for new companies were given credits. So particular programs for the most suffering industries were created, such as construction and hotel, entertainment, with the private medical business, social entrepreneurship. So lots of these measures were extended to 2021. Moscow understands that in order to improve the situation for small and mid-sized enterprises, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take constant monitoring of the situation, and we keep correcting the situation and adding to new measures. So particular subsidies on experts, we have to say the expert, a particular accent was made on expert in order to activize inflows and outflows, export import flows of the market. We have to speak about cooperation here. And today we're speaking about cooperation with such a serious and big partner as is India. And we have to say that this is an important question that is about problemacy in the entire union, and both for Russian companies and the other members, the Russian Slavic countries and the other members, certification, marketing, research, logistics, expert grants that the city provides. Well, this question is very important. Just to improve the technological companies, it increased by 9 times, and the general amount of payments is more than 1.2 billion rubles. So the city keeps investing in this cashback and a lot of resources. Well, also the tax payments that the companies provided. Of course, this all is taken into account with the company's situation and the limitations for the work. As you may know, these limitations are decreasing generally, and the city is coming out of this strict mode of measures. But just to compensate for new equipment, the city allocated 440 million ruble credits. This is a lot of equipment, and for a lot of money for equipment for small companies. The compensation of marketplace, the electronic support, today it's It's organization of virtual projects as well, and it includes so how about business market? It's more than 20 countries joined. It's not only about representation of the goods, but it's about intensification or projects and attracting specialists of different structures. So we were talking about different organizations, and there's non-financial means such as business school, online conferences, specifics of work in different countries. In half a year during the Moscow business, well, there's lots of problems was solved. It's about private medicine in different countries and using various modern systems, both in the instrumental base and the systems of support, and new medical protocols, export accelerators. We help companies to come to the level of potential exporter. Well, these measures are very popular, and from 100 to 300 companies. Well, probably you understand, yes, the limit is there, but I can answer the questions. Well, first of all, we would like to say that immediately that we are all connected, and the small and medium business are related to this. So I have to say that very fast reaction is related to this concerning force majeure circumstances, and it's about the system of this. So after this, I have to give a word to the representatives of one of the structures that were created before, Nikita Borisovich. Hello, Nikita Borisovich. I'm so happy to hear, and I would like to say that the corporation is very important, and I would like to mention that this was created before the COVID times. It existed before and after, and it will exist now. And there were several systems connected to this corporation, and as one of the main companies, because of COVID, a small and medium business. So it would be interesting to discuss your opinion, such instruments of state support as yourself. All right. Okay. Thank you for taking part in it. Well, I have to say that I'm part of this corporation, and within the framework of the Eurasian community in India, and it's very, I always like it that when my colleagues provide me with the information, what kind of MSP corporation? This is the Institute of Development. We are developing small and medium business, and by the decree of the president, well, according to which we were created, we have to coordinate our efforts, our help to the small and medium business, and we have to do it with our own hands. You have to understand that. This is about particular business.
So what we faced in the period of pandemic, actually, it may not seem strange, but we have carried out 7 polls and questionnaires on this topic. The main problem still for the Russian small and medium business enterprises was not even financial issue, though it is important, but the main is or was indicated by our partners, by our beneficiaries, as insufficient amount of information or lack of information for customers, for marketplaces, and this black hole we imposed as a task to cover the main our tool within which we solved this task is the small and medium business. 2.5 years in Eurasian countries and in India, and we have signed with National Corporation of Small and Medium Business of Indian Republic. We have a memorandum of mutual development, and as it seems to me, it helped us. This is geo-marketing information analytical system, which not only gives the opportunity to see the picture of development of the business, because it is based on the geo-marketing platform. It's nuclear, it's geo-marketing platform, those who are located in the companies which preserved. And you know the problem of bankruptcies, and it was solved by all of us, but not only to understand with the usage of these documents you can solve these problems. Where can be these documents prepared? There are different systems, but because this information and analytics system, it helped to find the most optimal solutions for business. It helped the small and medium business to understand which business is better to promote in which places, by which meetings, how much money you need, which is the business plan, and what that will give theater was especially successful in production business. If prior to this, the system was active mainly on the city business, on the service, there is 103 most important directions we have in our basis, but now it's 40 directions of development of the business, production business, and the system gives opportunity to understand where it's better to open the factory, with whom should we interact in our country and abroad. How can this interaction be established in the part of legislation process, and which acts actually stipulate how and stipulated? Of course, our business navigator has a lack of agricultural part. We know that, but this is the most difficult problem, how to calculate the optimum parameters of development of agricultural industry. Not anyone in the world in such a scale automatically could not calculate, but we work over this, and we hope that in the nearest future we move somehow and partially this compensate that the system covers now the couple of the agricultural processing, raw materials, and tourism, the most attractive and important tourism directions. and of course partners from the scope of the small business. And there was a moratorium established for the control and audit of small and medium business, and our corporation followed this very seriously. We have a hotline, and if there are any audits, despite all the prohibitions were carried out, we faced the procure service and state organizations. Well, as far as the financial support is mentioned, and what I would like to mention especially, we all must think about the post-COVID time. We need to move forward, and in some directions we are a little bit behind because of COVID at the start, but COVID made us to learn a lot of things. It made us to make different meanings of life in online, for example, B2B sessions, and to sit at the table together. Now successfully, instead of this round table, we have the systems of conference, which helps us to make the B2B sessions in a large and growing scale, and will continue to work in this direction. And B2B through Zoom and other tools, this is one of the most important things, one of the priorities of our activity. What also appeared as a new thing, this is establishment of the value-added chains. These are consisting of small, medium enterprises and to the big factories, to the big facilities, foreign ones and Russian ones. Now we move forward, and we think that we need to establish such waves in the frame of our Eurasian community, the Eurasian economic integration. So these chains we are glad to develop with our Indian colleagues. What does it mean? It means that if on the territory of India there are entities, we can make a chain of small and medium Russian enterprises, and to include different components from Eurasian countries, and to link this chain. We are ready to help to make the same change in our direction. So if there are any companies quite powerful enough which work as vacuum cleaners on territory of Russian Federation, we are ready to help to establish these chains with participation of our small and medium enterprises from India, from Eurasian Union. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nikita. This is what we work over when we expect for the support. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're absolutely right that this is necessary constantly to remember the information part, and this is very rich in every country it exists. But let us imagine that more than 1 billion population of India, how many small and medium database for entrepreneurs exist. And of course, it's very important that these tools, this knowledge, these positive points which appeared during the overcoming of the crisis connected to pandemic, they are not pushing behind as unnecessary, but they continue to develop, and they continue to be used. And I can agree to B2B Zoom platform and to see it together at one table with our partner, and to talk and to solve some peculiarities. And there should be a mixture, and not to move fully to online talk, but to make an offline. And we suddenly started to call our normal conference offline format. But I would like to listen to Anatoly. Yes, Anatoly Garbusov, we would like to listen to your opinion about everything what was mentioned. Maybe you can tell us something new, maybe you can offer us something new, because the previous speakers said that it's very broad, and most of the aspects of cooperation on small and medium enterprises are considered in work of pandemic in the post-pandemic time. Maybe we did not consider something else. Maybe we need to add something. Thank you very much for invitation, dear colleagues. Well, of course, it's difficult to make a speech after such masters and professionals in their field of activity, in the field of support of small and medium business. But together with this, I have something to say and to add. First of all, I would like to remark that symbolically, today we talk in the conference just a year after the start of the global pandemic of coronavirus. A year ago, we could not even imagine that based on the video conference, we can discuss something or to solve some global tasks and to discuss interesting questions in online format. But together with this, we have a new reality, we have new challenges, and our country, our city started to live differently. Our foundation of support of small and medium enterprises, which is the part of the government of Moscow, reacted on the process in the economy of the conditions of COVID, despite the main purpose of foundation now, and since 2017 was to make the credit loans. In Moscow, we also try to stimulate the industry and to establish new working places to increase the level of competency and activities in the labor field in our region. During the pandemic time, and the foundation tried to act and react quickly. We understood that some investment projects may be frozen up or suspended or terminated, and there is some need of update of equipment or warehouses and production capacities, but there is a demand for support of the present capacities. That's why the foundation, in the spring of the year 2020, it was developed and implemented a new product. This is development of the meanings in order to make the credit loan for the purchase of materials, tools, and meanings for the percentage of 2% year rate of interest. It is significantly lower than the market rate on the credit loans on the which you can find. The foundation actually supported very strong the small and medium enterprises. In the year 2020, they were given a credit line for more than 100 million rubles, which was sent mainly to the purchase of materials, spare parts, in order when the borders our producers could substitute the German-American products. So to support the present level of the capacity, to support the employees who work on these capacities, not to dismiss them and to keep the working places. And we should remark that we move now to post-COVID era, and we start to work differently. We see that economy more or less is recovering, and we enlarge our programs of our credit lines, and we try to take decisions based on the feedback from the entities in enterprises. And what is important, we're also interested in measures of support in the part of the financial support, the way industrial programs which were on demand. We kept our program for the industrial support. This is investment loans on the industry products, which actually help the companies with the technological modernization. The loans, the purpose of which is to stimulate the support of the export activity. Moscow Foundation is one of the most important organizations in a part of implementation of the national project for development of the export of the defense industry. And of course, what is also important is that the company on the whole gets out of the crisis. We will see the new investment products, and the main task for this year for the foundation we establish what will actually stimulate the growth of the economy. Thank you very much. And the financial support This is becoming more and more important and in priority. In our session, we mentioned several times that one of the leading partners, who is the frames of Eurasian Union and Shanghai Organization, is India, and I would like to invite to our discussion Samakish Srikan. Can you hear us? We will
Thank you very much.
Mr. Samanish Srikanth, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And greetings from India and CII. Well, like my other predecessors, the speakers have spoken about the MSMEs. I must say that every country has gone through this pandemic, and the biggest sufferers, the worst affected, are the MSMEs. And India has approximately 63.5 million MSMEs, and they employ approximately 120 million people. The government has taken action to help these MSMEs who have suffered with financial packages and various other ease of doing business, and a fund for technologies, outstanding payments, restructuring and extra working capital loans, etc., to help the MSMEs tide over this problem. MSMEs are driven by a mix of sustenance and profit motives, which makes them inherently flexible to change and adapt to reigning environment and deal with adverse situations. This defines the entrepreneurial drive of the owner. COVID-19 has helped in catalyzing a new mindset towards global trade and supply chain. I will not move into what my other speakers have said about what the governments have done, but I think it is time to look at the future, because that is what, after COVID, we need to see the MSMEs, how they can, when we say that the MSMEs are the drivers for growth, the drivers, and they are the backbones of any industrialized society. At CII, we believe that this will usher the whole the COVID-19 catalyzing a lot of things that have happened across the nation, geopolitical, geotrading. I believe that this will usher tremendous opportunities and potential for SMEs between India and the EAEU to collaborate and develop a new business order amongst our nations. We have identified key focus areas that have emerged for greater bilateral cooperation between India and the EAEU countries. The government of India's resolve on sustained self-reliance has triggered a renewed focus on developing SMEs to become future-ready and plug in the global supply chain and value addition. I would like to take you one by one through certain things that we have, we in CII have shortlisted. And to begin with, the best way to do this is to share best practices and experiences between EAEU to match footing of each other. Similarly, the Indian government, what it has done to help the MSMEs is to reserve 25% of public procurement to be taken through the SMEs. And this is something which could be something that EAEU could also follow. And there are schemes like the Mudra, Stand Up India, Goods and Services Tax, etc., have been put in place so that the SMEs benefit. Secondly, we feel that lowering the barriers and addressing the existing bottlenecks for long-term association can prove to be a fruitful engagement. For example, Mutual Recognition Agreement, MRA, on conformity assessment and equivalence on health and safety standards for products like pharmaceutical, meat and poultry products, dairy products, and other products of animal origin, or other relevant food and other products. Mitigation delays by fast-tracking consignments, creating a transparent green corridor, and reducing tariff barriers and international north-south transport corridor as enablers to realize the trade potential between the two regions. This can be an efficient measure to cater to the existing issues of barriers. Third, to enable ease of doing business, information technology and IT services are India's largest service exports. However, these exports are not much in this area. So far as, therefore, we see a definite collaborative possibility here. With India 4.0 fast becoming a reality, getting integrated into global supply chain will require completely new manufacturing ecosystems. We believe that the MSMEs can come together for technology transfer, for trade. And for this, it is important that we have a nodal agency of a point of contact. We believe that most of these do not happen because the owners do not understand each other. The MSME owners do not know what India can offer and what are the areas where they can work together. I would like to say that CII can be a very fruitful partner to create a platform to bring MSME owners together and see what are the possibilities which could help the nations commonly between EAEU and India. In addition, I would say that for providing opportunities to companies from the EAEU region to find business partners, setting joint projects, creating partnerships on mutual beneficial terms with strong focus on implementing the new age technology through better awareness, adopting of best practices will be helpful. I, for one, as a businessman, I always feel that this is an opportunity which will not come again. It's a golden opportunity because of the kind of situation that we are all going through as a world, and we should take full advantage. And we would be very happy to see how CII can assist MSMEs in all these countries together with India to come together and do a great beneficial business order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have to completely agree with you that perhaps all those limitations that are being introduced around the world, perhaps are not for the benefit of our relationships, but also a lot of companies, a lot of countries can see this pandemic situation as a point of growth. New possibilities are developing, new perspectives are opening, and we have to find these points of cooperation. And in that sense, for our union, we have to say that India as a partner is extremely important. This is an extremely serious, big partner, big country that still hasn't realized its entire potential. There's still things to be developed in terms of the support for small and medium business that should be interesting for partners in various international structures and that are present in the market. And the presence in the market of such a great partner, such a powerful partner as the Indian small medium business is extremely important for us today.
Thank you.
There are several several companies that are doing this, and this allows us to develop the inner market as well. So also I would like to turn the floor over to one more representative of SHOS in EAS, Marina Vladimirovna. Marina Vladimirovna, you there? Yes, I'm here. Marina Vladimirovna, as the General Director of the GOMEL department. What can I tell us about the cooperation? Thank you, Sergey Vladimirovich, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for the fact that the GOMEL department has a chance to participate. And I will give you a short presentation. Perhaps you will be able to understand a lot of very interesting things, and also you will hear information about our region. Of course, the support is extremely important in this case. And at the beginning of the year, well, we were at a slight loss, but now the situation is improving. Of course, the regional chamber is not the chamber, is not the capital chamber, and we had to maintain business in our region to support our business. We have to say that Belarus and the GOMEL region are quite far away from each other, from you. But for 30 years, we've been connected by business organizations, and the Belarusian Trade Chamber is connected by agreements and contracts with India. We are the second big, our region is the biggest region in Belarus. And our region in particular has particular agreements, 4 agreements. And in the year 2019, we signed 2 more with our unions, and we've been using these contacts in order to support small and medium business. 74% of members of the Belarusian members is small and medium-sized business. So I have to say that in comparison with 2019, there's 3% increase there. We have to preserve these communications. And we really would like these contacts to continue, and we would like to increase these contacts. And you can see now in the table how much our situation went down, how many events went decreased, and we managed to formulate and organize particular events that target particular areas, very specific events that are still quite effective, no less effective than big scale general measures and events. For example, relationships between universities. Education is extremely important in India, and so is it important in Belarus. So we conducted several meetings on machinery construction, and we hope that prospectively we will be able to develop this business. And I would like to use this opportunity and to thank our Indian partners so much for the active participation they took in our international events that we organized. Actually, in GOMEL, we had an international event that included a lot of participants from different countries. We were supported by local authorities, and the topic of small and medium business survival became one of the most important topics at this session that was discussed within the framework. And I would like to say that 9 Indian companies participated in the business day in Gomel, and 3 business unions, and some Indian companies that we're also grateful to, and three more countries they were involved here. The United States, Australia, and the United Arab Emirates also took part. And one of the things that we did, we organized a virtual platform for business promotion. We formed it, we developed it and formed it, and now we are implementing it so that the Belarusian participants don't get lost in this economic space, huge economic space. This is where we place our economic requests. And as of today, certain commercial propositions and economic proposals are placed there. We sent some of our ideas to the Indian chamber, to Indian businessmen, and we placed there the proposals of Indian companies. And definitely we will continue developing this this platform and the whole area of cooperation. I also would like to say that our partners are waiting for our huge Republican level exhibition, Spring in Gomel. You can see it in the picture. Last year it also was conducted in online format. And I would like to offer, to suggest that our Indian partners take part in it. We have to cooperate with our Indian partners, and would like to cooperate with them. And thank you very much. And thank you, Marina Vladimirovna, for such a great story. Thank you for supporting this trend of cooperation with India, such a big partner, one of the most important partners in the entire Union, as well as the European Union. So a lot of issues were touched, such as healthcare, such as agriculture, even mentioned the exhibition. Now I would like to turn the floor over to Mr. Kupon Chopra. Can you hear me now?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, I would like to ask you, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the real situation in your country. What did you want to achieve in terms of small and medium business, and what did you want to get from the state, from the authorities of your country?
Thank you, sir. First of all, it is indeed a pleasure and a privilege, to be a part of this very significant conclave between the Eurasian Economic Union and India, curated by CII at a very, very opportune time. The views given by my co-panelists have been more than insightful, and I do thank them for some very valuable inputs. Yes, it is a fact we are shifting gears when it comes to the global economic trade partnerships. From the earlier bipolar structure of the world economy, where China did most of the production and USA was the biggest consumer, the pandemic has opened up possibilities that were not conceivable in the recent past. We now exist in a multipolar world, and global economic and trade partnerships will therefore be key to make the world a very seamless marketplace going forward. India recently pulled out of some regional economic partnerships and FTAs, mainly due to domestic market protectionist issues, with Indian corporates concerned about Chinese competition in the Indian market. An EAEU deal therefore offers new access to foreign markets, but is far less likely to see corporate Indian companies lose domestic market share, since we will all play to our strengths. Our surging and very diverse MSME sector, as mentioned earlier, now over 63 million in number, contributes to 45% of India's total industrial employment, 50% of India's total exports, and 95% of all industrial units of the country. And more than 6,000 types of products are manufactured across the MSME sector. So sometimes I do feel, that Indian manufacturing capabilities are not as well known globally as they should be. I live in a city called Lucknow, which is the capital of the most populous state of India. It is the state of Uttar Pradesh with over 200 million people, just one state. If it were by population, it would be the 5th largest country in the world. It is also home to 4.5 million MSMEs, of which I am also a part. So with our huge expanse, both geographical and cultural, the state government embarked upon a unique cultural integration initiative called One District, One Product to promote the very diverse cultural strengths of each of the 75 districts in the state, with the unique products that each of them have been making traditionally over the centuries. So there are products that they have produced for centuries, but again, they found no market for the same. So now the government has incentivized and facilitated districts to upgrade, scale, and integrate these products, and by using digital marketing and e-commerce platforms to export these unique products worldwide, adding millions to the state and national revenue, besides generating employment and very Indian-made products, each of which has now a geographical indicator. The state is rapidly developing logistic hubs and freight corridors, and recently a defense corridor, which augurs well for business opportunities between our state, the country, and the EAEU. The possibility of creation of a free trade zone between India and EAEU would in fact boost trade turnover to US dollars 15 billion which is about 25% of what we are doing immediately. India and Russia have also previously discussed ways of doubling trade to $30 billion by 2025. And my colleague, Mr. Shrikant Somani, has just highlighted the very lucrative possible areas of cooperation and collaboration. Needless to say, the world is looking at India as it did towards China almost 2 decades ago. With the recent policy initiatives for making India self-reliant or Atmanirbhar, the government in the past few years reduced corporate taxes, introduced a unified taxation system or the GST, and introduced several schemes like Make in India, Digital India, Startup and Stand Up India to incentivize investment and technological development across sectors, as is now also through the production linked incentive scheme. Perhaps you have heard about the same, where huge amounts of investments are being attracted. There has been a huge inflow of foreign direct investment even during the pandemic, as India is being viewed as a superior replacement to China in several product categories. Our MSME or medium small industry sector has evolved in the last few years and caught up with the world, both in terms of technology and scale. So Indian MSMEs are diverse, agile, and scalable, and hence open to absorbing new technologies as well as building and sharing our own. Our huge demographic strength also deployed in the MSME sector has made India a global hub for affordable products and services across several product verticals, whether it is pharma, healthcare, electronics, or automobile, defense, space, consumer durables, IT, and even a large amount of agri products. So our startup ecosystem is amongst the fastest growing in the world today, with almost 30 unicorns. And the actual number of companies hitting 1 billion valuation threshold in this period exceeds 100. 100. So the opportunities for collaboration are unlimited. Partnership with Indian companies, therefore, offers also a dual benefit, that of a very frugal and capable manufacturing environment and a huge domestic market that is only growing. The government has done a remarkable job, as mentioned by my colleague, in helping the economy get back on its feet, especially the more vulnerable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So I just
sorry,
but a last observation, if you'll allow me. A couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Kiva, Mr. Chopra, we sorry, we are running out of time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much that you really highlighted very important aspect. This is the national interest of economy, and all the countries. This interest should be mutually recognized, and this should be developed from the point of mutual responsibility and interest. And we suppose that at least what is about the Shanghai Organization, as the former General Secretary of Shanghai Organization said, that the president of the Mr. Mezentsev, that on the table of negotiations can be different countries, and of course we. With a full respect, we treat the economic potential of India and China. We understand that they are different to Kyrgyzstan or Kazakhstan and some parts in Russia and Belarus, but the flags on the table are all the same. They are all equal. That's why we treat each other as partners who should find the points of interaction, and we should develop the joint projects, not depressing the national interests of each other, but mutually interact and enlarge the cooperation. And I would like to turn the floor to Sami Kanfani, the president of Indian Business Alliance. Mr. Sami, can you hear us?
Studying in Indian schools. So 80 families are in trouble, so they have to leave this country. So, when we talk about small and medium industry, we should not be bringing such strict laws, at least at this time. This law would have got by next year, not at this time of the pandemic when it's not over. And I hope government will keep the same hard work, and, thanks to the Moscow city government for doing such a job during the time of pandemic, and many good things have happened. Many roads have opened in this time, and on the whole, we're lucky. Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо вам большое. Да, я думаю, что вот как раз вопрос налогов у нас сегодня прозвучал и в начале нашей видеоконференции был затронут, как эта проблема решается. вы сказали об очень предметном, скажем так, об очень предметной проблеме. Я думаю, что ее можно будет обсудить и в ходе B2B встреч, и в ходе, может быть, конференции, которая предоставит нам организаторы возможность. Если есть какие-то вопросы, я прошу задавать их либо сейчас, у нас осталось пару минут, либо можно сделать это через чат, через организаторов. И поблагодарить всех сегодня выступающих за прекрасное выступление, за поднятые проблемы, за информацию о том, каким образом развивается сотрудничество в период пандемии, постпандемии. Я думаю, что мы сегодня договорились о том, что действительно этот сложный период необходимо принимать кардинальные меры, которые были приняты, которые сейчас показали свою эффективность. Некоторые меры необходимо продолжить, некоторые меры необходимо диверсифицировать для того, чтобы они были более эффективными. Очень приятно, что сегодня присутствуют представители бизнеса Индии, Белоруссии, России, то есть таких активных членов международного сообщества.
International community, very powerful, economically well developed, and making serious efforts for development of international community. I will highlight mutually reasonable and attractive, because we understand that every side has its own interest, but this interest should be combined to the interest of others, and only after that we can get a normal, a good and reliable, effective direction of our work. Many thanks for all of you, and see you soon. Thank you very much. Namaste, as we say to our Indian colleagues.
Thank you.
And we finished, we were on time. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. One of our sessions is over. I hope that you can hear me and the translation. Please, we inform you that our session will be over. We'll have a break in order to drink coffee, to discuss, and maybe to answer some chats, some questions, and definitely to appoint the meetings you can appoint, and to continue the talk, which was so finely arranged by our moderators with the experience. Thank you very much for your international experience, which you shared. And I remind that at 12:55 Moscow time, we will continue. And now I'm talking about Moscow time. And we will have 3 more sessions, which I will launch just after the break. The break will be 10 minutes just to drink coffee, just to enjoy the events which we'll have. Thank you very much. And many thanks to moderators, so that they so vivid, so interesting in the talk, so many questions they ask. And of course, special thanks to our speakers who shared the experience. And I would like to have a break to write the data which we have, and at 12:55 I wait for you in online. whatever you may say, but to work in online is also possible. And look, already several hours we are online, we make reports, we make discussions, we listen to, write the information down, ask the questions, write it in the chat box. So that's a great pleasure for all of us. I thank all the participants for such a great feedback and involvement, for your presence, because you made it very significant. And from my side, I would like to move forward because we are a little bit behind, we are a lack of time, but nevertheless we move forward. And I would like to pay attention. So the first will be dedicated to startups and innovations, and that will make to get acquainted to the unique technological projects, and it will become the facility and the discussion for the future interaction of joint programs. And of course, one more session, it will be connected. It will be connected to the interaction and cooperation of the Eurasian countries in the sphere of defense. Well, dear friends, let me turn the floor to the moderators. And before I will do this, I remind you that you have an opportunity to ask the questions, to write in the chat, and there is a time to answer these questions. And definitely, I invite you to get acquainted. I invite you to appoint the meetings in the format of B2B that can be done by writing the questionnaire and installments on the website and preparing the business event on. And after that, you can look at the list of the companies which are ready to meet, invite them, be ready to join this meeting. Someone may invite you, and there will be a link prepared through which you can make the meeting itself. And I remind you that the language of our talks is English, because we have different members and we use this way of communication. And definitely appoint the meeting talk, and for the sake of our communication, this and the second days happen, we will be sincerely thankful. And now I turn the floor to the moderator of the session, the representative of the Russian Federation in Alexander Abbas, and the deputy of the president of managing company of Jacqueline Ranjan Narvani. Right now, they will open 2 parallel sessions. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours, and we wait from you very good content. Thank you very much. Good day. And I am Alexander Rybas, the trade representative of Russia in Indian Republic, and I am glad to welcome all the participants. Number 5, which is dedicated to the question of the cooperation of India and Eurasian Economic Union countries in the sphere of defense. And I would like some clarifications and amendments to bring. These amendments will possibly have a significant influence for the further discussion, for the introduction of your factories and entities. And first of all, I would like to say that our session is dedicated to the question of cooperation in defense, not in defense industry, not defense itself. This is more the questions on this stage. And the Asian Economic Union and Indian factories and facilities. And we need clearly to split the questions connected to the army and technical cooperation and economic cooperation with the participation of the factories of industrial cooperation. In the Russian Federation, these questions are split on the legislation level and from the point of regulator who is in charge of these questions. And I ask not to be upset if I will ask to turn the floor in accordance to the list which is in my agenda. and that doesn't mean that some of them are more. And the second moment which I would like to highlight is the very important moment that I think our session will be important for the understanding and for the future movement in the cooperation between the Eurasian Economic Union and India. Why I put an accent on this? Our session and the topic of our session is very specific. If we initially look on all the states members of Eurasian Economic Union, then we will see that Republic of India, the mostly developed and established connections are mainly in cooperation and industrial cooperation. They are presented in 5 countries of Mongolia, in Russia, and to some extent by Kazakhstan. And moreover, we have the agreements between the Russian Federation and Republic of India, which was signed in the summit in year 2019 in Vladivostok on the highest level. It is about the industrial cooperation, about the deployment of production of aggregators, spare parts and machinery, in carrying out the services, by the repair of delivered defense and equipment from the Soviet Union and Russian Federation to India, the deployment of the facilities of Indian side. As we know, another agreement do not exist. And in the Eurasian Commission, there is an absence of any institutional organization which can run the questions of the industrial cooperation. And I would like not to get off the time of 5 minutes. And otherwise we'll not get in the time. Of course, the big things is to the organizers of this. And I would like now to ask to take the floor of Mr. Radvaja from Corporation Hub, Indian Republic. Please, the floor is yours. Can you hear us? I hope that you can hear us.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm able to hear you. Hope my voice is audible.
Yes, audible.
Thank you. Hope my presentation is visible, sir.
Yeah, we can see.
Good afternoon, one and all, to respected excellencies and the senior executives of various corporations, trade investment groups of Eurasian Economic Union and India, both countries on the other side and India as well. I would like to talk about my company, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited is a 8-decade company which is established in India as a maintenance and repair and overall company way back in 1940s. And today we have gained the capabilities of our design development of aircraft and marked our presence globally. So the agenda for today will be to the capabilities for YHAL and proposed area of cooperation, industrial cooperation with respect to defense. So over 8 decades, as I said, over 8 decades, we have developed capabilities from being a maintenance, repair, and overall company to design, development of our platforms, aero engines, and systems. We are into manufacturing of aircraft, helicopters, engine systems, missile integration, aircraft midlife upgrade. So we have all these capabilities, and we have delivered aircraft to our defense forces, which are in the squadrons of Indian Air Force, Navy, and Army squadrons. And we have already almost catering to. We are proud to say that we are catering to almost 80% of the Indian Defense Forces air assets with respect to their with respect to delivering the aircraft as well as maintenance of the fleet. So when we say why HAL, what are the importance or the competencies that we have gained over a period of time is we have in-house competencies to manufacture aerostructures, the accessories that goes into the aircraft, the engine and the avionics for the respective aircraft. And the platforms are proven, and having a diverse environmental condition across in India, we have the aircraft have been proven in the diverse weathers, inhospitable weather conditions, whether it may be desert and marine environments and the high altitudes. And we have this unique capability, which we have incorporated or assembled the Russian aircraft, the Western aircraft, and we have developed our own indigenous technologies, and we have specialized the art of midlife upgrade of these platforms. The another factor that is in is the lifetime support of the aircraft. We, in some of the cases, we have maintaining the aircraft which are more than 50 years. Some of the helicopter platforms, and this this maintenance is to overall the engines, their accessories, the avionics, which we indigenize, and we maintain the fleet for the defense forces. And most importantly, with thrust for indigenous development, we want to support the infrastructure of the customer country to develop and support the industrial development of our partners. So quickly moving to the proposed area of cooperation with EAEU countries, we proposed the advanced light helicopter. So advanced light helicopter is an indigenous development of design developed in India by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. It is a highly agile and highly maneuverable platform with proven in all the weather conditions, and more than 150 plus helicopters are already in the are in the fleet, are working in the Indian Defense Forces, and which is proven in all weather conditions, have low noise, easy maintainability with a large cabin volume. It comes in various modes, variants. So one is a utility variant. We have a armed variant as well of this helicopter, which we have exported to certain countries, and this is an excellent performer, which is performing with the Indian Defense Forces. It has the capability of landing on the deck, which we are serving. The helicopters are serving the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, we have a Coast Guard marine version, a new version of this helicopter, new variant of the helicopter as well. So it has a highly mission versatility. Going to say that it is in medical evacuation, it has floating gears, offshore search and rescue operations. As I said, ship deck operations at the altitude of 14,000, 15,000 feet height. This has proven, and it has proven time and again at the time of exigencies where there are a lot of natural calamities are happened, whether it in our neighboring countries or in our own country. And this helicopter is a workhorse and has proven beyond doubt in these missions. Another helicopter, another aircraft that I would like to propose for the cooperation between the countries of Eurasia would be the Dornier 228. HAL is manufacturing, though it was taken under transfer of technology from the Dornier. Now it is being manufactured in HAL, and HAL got all the rights to manufacture and market these aircraft. And it is again very highly efficient, which has high endurance range, which can operate at semi-prepared runways, and the landing length would be less than a kilometer, say somewhere around 700-800 meters. So having said this, it is again comes under various roles, maybe maritime reconnaissance, which is flying with our Indian Defense Forces, particularly the Navy and the Coast Guard. And it has also been now civil certified as a 17-seater aircraft, and it has got the Indian Director General of Civil Aviation certificate, which the one that in the picture is a civil certified aircraft. You can carry passengers, and the short haul flights are very, very convenient in this aircraft. And this has now is being powered by Dash 10, that is Honeywell Garrett TP331-10 engines, which is again upgraded with highly upgraded glass cockpit and avionics, and glass cockpit and avionics systems with a 5-blade propeller, which is a fuel efficient turboprop engine, and has proven beyond a doubt with Indian Defense Forces, and we are foraying into the civil market as well. So with this, as I said earlier, we are open for any kind of partnerships. We would like to explore the kind of partnerships or industrial cooperation with the countries, and propose these aircraft with respect to transfer of technology, or with respect to industrial development, development of accessories and systems in the partner country. And we are open to explore all those opportunities and discuss and move forward. With this, I would conclude my presentation and request you if any questions. I would like to answer that, and kindly contact us in these coordinates. It will be shared with CII. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raj. Thank you very much for your very interesting report. It's much detailed enough as far as we have time limit for reports, and we have listened to a report of the biggest company on Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and now I would like, with a great pleasure, to turn the floor to report of Mr. Shashikar Mangaldi, the representative of the Red Electronic Limited. The floor is yours, Mr. Mangaldi.
You have to unmute yourself.
Not audible.
So Shashidhar, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay. Okay, sir. Now it is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes. I'm Shashidhar Mangalge from International Marketing Bharat Electronics Limited. Would like to give a presentation on Bharat Electronics Limited. Bharat Electronics Limited, BEL, is established during 1954 under Ministry of Defense, Government of India.
Sorry, Shashidhar,
Yes,
have you shared your screen? You'd like to share your screen?
I shared, sir. 1 minute, sir. I shared it.
Just click share screen. It has not yet come.
Now, sir?
No. Avnish, you have his presentation.
Yeah.
Can you help?
Now shared?
No, not
Now?
yet.
Mr. Shashidhar, I'm sharing my screen. You may just
Okay.
change slides. Okay. Okay. May I please begin?
Okay, sir. Yeah. The next. Yeah, BEL is established in 1954 under Ministry of Defense, Government of India. BEL is basically an R&D and technology-driven company operating in a competitive defense electronic area. BEL stands 59th position among top 100 companies worldwide in defense revenue. We have 9 manufacturing units spread across the India, manufacturing different product focus system. And we have also a subsidiary units and JVs like Bell Optronic Devices, focusing on night vision image intensifier tubes, and with the GEBL Private Limited, focusing on medical electronics, and BEL Thales system, we are focusing on civil air traffic management radars and select defense radars. BEL is employing around 10,000 staff. Out of that, 50% are engineers, and again, out of 50% of engineers are deployed in research and development. Next. This is a pictorial view of our product distribution over entire unit, 9 manufacturing units in India. Next. As far as the export business is concerned, BEL is having a dedicated business unit and a marketing group for exports. We have achieved around 50 million US dollar during last year. And we have established several marketing representative offices to enhance our export business abroad. We have an office in USA, marketing office in USA, Singapore, Oman, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and Myanmar. And also this year we are planning to open another 3 marketing offices at Kazakhstan and Armenia and Nigeria. We also have a strategic alliance with our global OEMs for joint development and productions. And also we are focusing on Southeast Asian countries for communication sonars and coastal surveillance systems. We have majorly exported products like weapon locating radars, coastal surveillance systems, communication systems, data link, IFF, radar fingerprinting systems, and other mechanical parts for contract manufacturing, and also cable looms under the contract manufacturing. Our major countries for exports are France, Oman, USA, Germany, Switzerland, Armenia, Sri Lanka, Sweden, Israel, Indonesia, Seychelles, Mauritius, Guinea, Namibia, and China, etc. Next. This is our broad business segments in our manufacturing of product and systems, starting from radar, missile systems, communication, electronic warfare and aviation, network-centric systems, anti-submarine warfare systems, electro-optics, tank electronics, and homeland securities, and also civilian products. Next. Under radars, we manufacture a lot of varieties of radars basically for surveillance, fire control, and weapon locating. And also we produce low-level, lightweight mobile radars, weather radars, and also battlefield surveillance radars of medium, short range, and long range. Next. Next. We also into the manufacturing and supplying of medium range surface to air missiles, which is a command line of sight guided missiles having a range of 25 kilometer and altitude 18 kilometer altitude. And it has
3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, I'll go fast. So it has got a 80-kilometer coverage for tracking and 120 kilometer for surveillance radar. Next. Next.
Yeah.
We are having a communication equipments range starting from frequency of very low frequencies, high frequencies, VHF, and ultra high frequencies, including software radio systems, software defined radio systems. Next. BL is having a presence in electronic warfare and avionics. Avionics, basically an onboard electronic equipment providing wide range of applications for flight, mission, and tactical requirements. Next. We also manufacture electronic warfare systems for ship, platform, and also for land platforms. And also we manufacture communication EW system also, that is command systems also. Next. BL is also having a strong capability in network centering systems. Those are software intensive command and control systems integrating various sensors and weapons through secure communication links. Next. We are also having a naval systems to provide indigenously developed solutions for defense against subsurface, surface, and air threats. Next. We also manufacture electro-optic and night vision devices. BL is playing a very important role in night warfare capabilities and the largest supplier of night vision devices to Indian armed and paramilitary forces. We have supplied more than 30,000 units in last 2 years. We have two types of night vision devices, II based and also a thermal based, one for short ranges, another for long range applications. We are also having a laser based devices like laser range finders for various applications and also to be integrated with day and night sights and CCD cameras and with other sensors. Next. We have in Chennai unit, BL Chennai units have a capability to take up the job for upgradation of tanks and tank and guns like Shilka upgrades, like MBT Arjun, T90. Next. Okay, Zu-23, L-70 upgrade and AK-630. Next. We can also take up the upgradation of BMP-2 tank. Next. And also we can take up the upgradation of T-72 tanks for the optical sensors and modern K1 controllers. Next. BL is supplied for the friendly countries integrated coastal surveillance and monitoring systems to helps to detect, monitor vessel traffic, intruders, terrorist threat, illegal fishing, and smuggling also. So it will provide a seamless coverage. We also manufacture unmanned aerial vehicles like tethered UAV and quadcopter. Next. We also offer an integrated border management systems. Next. and we can provide the training simulator solutions. BL is having a products for the non-defense projects also, IED jammers, solar traffic signals, electronic voting machines, and tablet PCs, and also okay, okay. These are the product ranges which we can take up with EAU countries for having a defense collaborations, basically for the upgradation of tanks and guns, and also for the border security management systems. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Maldalki. And indeed, the electronic systems, electronics itself is a sphere which is applicable everywhere, in all the types, in all the types of armies, in all the programs and projects. And I think that for a company, you have a wide range of cooperation if you pay attention to the transfer of technologies and establishment of cooperation by the development of subsystems, because without electronics, it's not possible to manage.
Yes. Yes.
It's neither the connection. You mentioned that you are going to open the office and to close the work with Armenia, and we come up to the topic of our today conference, because Armenia is the member of Eurasian Economic Union. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I think that it will be paid attention to. And now I would like to ask to make a speech of Mr. Safonov Daniil, the Director of Development of the company Quadro Optica in Russia. So the floor is yours.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Zoom meeting. I'd like to talk about our company. We have been discussing the topic of providing security equipment, solutions, devices, and we are the sub-level contractor usually in such projects. At the moment, we are supplying optical components such as lenses, prisms, mirrors for night vision systems, laser and UV detection systems, which are used for security purposes. And we are usually the subcontractor of Russian companies working in the field of providing the finished machines and devices. As Mr. Ribas mentioned before, there are certain limitations, and we'd like to, separate two fields of our activity. So currently, we are able and we have been supplying optical components for the civil industry only. And as I'm seeing the co-speakers here, they are directly working for the defense sector. But I'm sure that there are certain procedures that we can meet in order to establish cooperation in case our optical elements are needed. After this short introduction, I'd like to say a few words about the company itself. So at the moment, we are a holding of several companies owned by a single family. A company which is known outside of Russia, but also inside of Russia's name is Macro Optica. At this time, according to the numbers of the last year, we are the largest private optical company in Russia. We have production facilities in 4 cities of Russia. So our head office and sales office, engineering and design offices are located in Moscow, as well as fast prototyping facility, which we use to make first samples, prototypes of objectives, new optics, and show them to customers quicker. Our main production facilities are located in cities of Ryazan and Dyatkova. Does anyone here know Russian geography? I'm sure. Our colleagues here have been to Russia, or I'll be glad to, be a host when every thing is over. You'd like to come and visit us, see our facilities. So the 2 big factories in Ryazan and Dyatkova are in total 400 people. And this is a full production cycle starting from materials and finishing up with assemblies like objectives or optical and electronical devices. We also have a small unit of 40 people in Nizhny Novgorod, which is focused on growing zinc selenide. This is a material which is widely used for infrared applications. On the screen, you see a long list of the materials and finished items that we make in optics. This is high precision items requiring a lot of skill and expertise in the field. We manufacture finished optics for IR, UV, and visible spectrum from all known materials produced in Russia, as well as we use foreign glasses, such as glasses supplied by Schott or O'Hara, or some analog materials. It all depends on the customer's specifications and requirements. So besides that, as I've mentioned before, we are also a grower, in an initial producer of zinc selenide used in large windows and all kind of systems used for surveillance and supplied to different kind of aiming systems and so forth. For the past 5 years, we have been investing heavily in modernization of the existing facilities, purchasing high precision equipment for processing optics, and especially when you talk about manufacturing high precision items, the controlling equipment and measurement equipment is is the first thing you'd like to have. I'm off my 5 minutes time. Can I have 1 more minute to finish? Well, they say in Russia that silence is a sign of that you have an agreement. So I'll try to finish quickly. In order to have optics working in all kinds of spheres where it's required, you also need special coatings for mirrors and beam splitters, and the last that I'd like to finish our presentation on is like I call it a page in the presentation of the projects you're proud of. So we are a proud supplier of optics to the missions shown on the slides. We have supplied our objectives now. They work in, interspace equipment, like on International Space Station, ExoMars, and even in Moonwalker equipment. So thank you, gentlemen, for this chance. And on the last page, you see our email address, sales@macrooptica.com. You can contact us, or we have a representative here, Miss Larissa Patachina, who will be glad to take your requests. And I hope we can find some partners here at this honored forum. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Daniil, for very detailed representation of your company and the speech about its product variety and range, about the opportunities, about the plans for development and future activity, not only on the internal market, but on the market abroad. And I'm pretty much sure that your report will not be unnoticed. You did it properly, that you left your company coordinates, and we think that the speech will continue. And now I'd like to Mr. Prasanjit Pal, the head of the International Organization Department of the company, Ashok Leyland, India.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, PP, you're audible.
Good evening, everyone. I am Prasanjit Pal, representing Ashok Leyland. I will quickly take you through my presentation. I hope my slides are visible now.
Yes.
Okay, so Ashok Leyland was founded in 1948 as Ashok Motors, and following a tie-up with then British Leyland, Ashok Motors was renamed as Ashok Leyland in 1955. We are part of the Hinduja Group, which has global presence in not only automotive industry, but also banking, finance, power, healthcare, IT, to name a few. Presently, we are ranked as world's third largest supplier of defense, the world's largest supplier of defense logistic vehicles, while holding the tag of being the third largest manufacturer of buses and 14th largest manufacturer of trucks globally. Performance, speed, innovation, customer focus, and quality are the key operating principles that our company works on. With a revenue of more than 2.3 billion in the last fiscal, we are listed in the major stock exchanges in India, as well as the London Stock Exchange. We have numerous history of first launches in the industry, starting from introducing double-decker buses in 1967, electric buses in 2016, to the latest modular truck platform in 2020. In defense segment, the Indian Army alone has procured more than 75,000 stallions over the last 3 decades. We are regular suppliers to other armies across the world, including the Thai army, armies in the Middle East, Africa, and CIS countries. Our product portfolio includes vehicles for logistics, combat support, armored vehicles, light special vehicles, and tracked vehicles. Under the logistic vehicles, the major application can be highlighted as troop carriers, light recovery vehicles, water bowsers, ambulance, to name a few. One of our vehicle, which you can see on the screen, is the Guru 4x4, which has a payload of 1.5 to 2.5 ton. Next, we have the most successful vehicle in our portfolio and widely supplied worldwide, which is the Stallion 4x4 MKV with a payload of 5 ton to 7.5 ton. We also have the Stallion 6x6, which has a payload of 5 ton to 8 ton. Glimpse of variants of the Stallion platform that we can offer. Under the combat support vehicles, mainly for field artillery truck, common gun tower, multi-barrel rocket launchers, high mobility vehicles, we can offer Super Stallion 6x6 with a payload of 15 ton. And it has various applications. Super Stallion 8x8, which has a payload of 19 ton. Few of the applications that it can be used. Then you have the Super Stallion 12x12 with a payload of 28 tons. Under the armored vehicle category, we can cater to the requirement of bulletproof vehicles and protected personal carriers. This is the medium bulletproof vehicle, which is a 4x4 and has a payload of 1 ton. A personal protected carrier, a 4x4 vehicle. It has a seating capacity of almost 2 plus 20. Light specialist vehicle, this is a 4x4 vehicle, which is a robust brand new introduction from Ashok Leyland range of product, and it can be used for versatile operations. Light bulletproof vehicle, it can be offered with a payload of 550 kgs and it has a seating capacity of 1 plus 5 and stack neck protection of level 1 from all sides. So what are the key advantages of Ashok Leyland? Our products are reliable and robust. We have futuristic technologies, adequate production capacity, commonization of parts, wide presence. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. In case you have any questions, please feel free to reach us. I have shared the email ID as well as the mobile numbers. Also, you can visit our website for more information, or you can also approach CII to reach us. Thank you so much. Over to you, the host. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Pal. I would like to remind to all of the participants of our today conference that we can write in the chat. You can write in the chat box, and you can get the answers right now or later. As far as Ashok Leyland Company, I think that you have a very bright opportunities for cooperation with the countries of Eurasian Economic Union. And first of all, because your products are really universal, you have the civil and defense and double with all the civil functions. The president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, imposed the purpose for the defense and for the defense industry with a particular parameters in which years when we should move to the share of civil purpose in order to make a diversity of the products. And we all know that updates of the armory has cycles, and the companies, when they have warfare burden, then there is time when this warfare burden is lower and they need to load another product. If there is a civil product, then that's great. And I think that the heads of other companies and the heads in the Eurasian Economic Union, they have the same tasks for the companies. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite for the negotiation for talk Mr. Satik Segal, the head of the Department of the Defense Sales Data Advanced Systems, India. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, the organizer. On behalf of Tata Aerospace and Defense, let me give my gratitude and thank you to this August gathering for inviting us to present the view of Tata Aerospace and Defense in the CASA consolidation. I have with me my two other colleagues who will share the presentation with me, Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Parth Chanda. So let me start. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yeah. Visible, it's one Tata philosophy in aerospace and defense sector, where we present you the widest range across the various segments, from aerostructure to aeroborne platforms to the weapon system to the land mobility. This is the strength of Tata's as we present to the Eurasia Conclave participants, and we will take each and every segment step by step. So let me start first with the land mobility portion. The range comes from Tata Motors, which is supplier to the Indian Defence Forces since 1958. And we supply the logistics vehicles to the light armored vehicle, to the combat support and the large combat range, including the wheeled armored personnel carrier, which is amphibious. We have a range of military trucks from 4x4 till it goes to 12x12, as you can see on the screen, with the variety of applications on it and with the various configuration and the variants which can be offered. We have a combat range of vehicles, which is a mine protected vehicle, light bulletproof vehicle, and I just mentioned about Tata wheeled armored personnel carrier. Both the mine protected vehicle and the VAP are currently in use and will be in use by the Indian Army after they have inducted those vehicles. We have a largest test track in the country. And if you really see the manufacturing and the testing facilities which are there on the screen, we have an outdoor test track, which is a 50-25-degree gradient, and the state-of-the-art defense factory for manufacturing of APC vehicles in Pune, and a dedicated military truck assembly line in Jamshedpur. We serve the customers across the board, from security forces, from military, Indian as well as foreign countries, paramilitary forces, again Indian as well as the other forces in the world, and the various UN missions and the peacekeeping forces as well. So now I pass it on to my colleague, Mr. Srinivasan, for taking the unmanned vehicle forward. Srini, over to you.
So we do understand properly that someone to be continued, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
or may request Parth to take it further. Parth Chanda, my colleague.
Yes, yes, sure. Am I audible? Yeah, I do apologize. I think there is a little bit of an issue with the line, so our colleague could not speak, but I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, yes, Parth.
Okay, great. So Tata's has a dedicated division for unmanned aerial vehicles of different payload carrying capacities as well as applications. Could you move to the next slide, please? As you can see out here, you can look at the different type of specifications in terms of the endurance, the payload carrying capacity, and of course, the nomenclature of the different UAVs that we have. The next slide, please. These are used for geolocation, for natural calamities, for the purpose of mine detection systems, and also for launching from a mobile carrier, as you can see in the third picture. The next slide, please. The next slide. Over the past 10 years, our group has invested considerably in setting up indigenous design, development, and manufacturing capabilities in the field of electro-optic systems. Our facility is located in Bangalore, in India, and we have today indigenously developed a range of optronics devices which can do surveillance from 300 meters to 30 kilometers both day and night. The next slide, please. If you could move to the next slide. Yeah. As you can see over there, the different kinds of electro-optic systems are mentioned. Now, these EO products are from different capability areas consisting of thermal imagers and also image intensifier capabilities. The next slide, please. Now, most of these systems are today installed at our borders doing 24/7 surveillance for our forces, the special forces. And, these are of different capacities in terms of the detection range and, of course, the basic ability for detection. The next slide, please. In this slide, you could see that it is a state-of-the-art border protection and coastal or critical infrastructure security solution, which provides the security forces with the capability to obtain, collate, correlate, and evaluate inputs from various sensors and surveillance systems near real time. The heart of this system is an indigenous command and control suite, which provides a fast response decision support system with a consolidated view of the processed data. The next slide, please. The next one. We are an incumbent in Indian defense industry when it comes to launchers, the ground-based launcher size for various applications. And we are also into the field of artillery, guns, and air defense guns. The next slide. As you can see out here, we are a stakeholder in the program for the medium-range surface-to-air missile system. The launcher has been developed, designed by us. We do self-propelled launchers as well for AD applications, specialized launchers for surface-to-surface as well as surface-to-air applications, air defense launchers for surface-to-air applications, and strategic missile launchers as well. All of these launchers are indigenously designed, developed, and manufactured by us at our Bangalore factory. The next slide, please. The next one. We are also working to supply 2 electronic warfare systems for mountainous terrains for the Indian Army, which comprises of the complete system integration for these mobile electronic warfare entities, which of course includes the antenna retraction systems, the display consoles placed within these entities, the complete system engineering of the mobile entities by themselves, the command and control software, and the GIS system. The next slide. We can move to the next slide, please. The next one. Tata's is also a big time player in the field of radar systems by taking in transfer of technology from OEMs from different parts of the world we are currently in the process of delivering surface surveillance radars for the Indian Navy, and also in the process of manufacturing 3D Charlie Delta band air surveillance radars for the Indian Navy. The next slide, please. We are also manufacturing and in the process of supplying portable diver detection sonars for detection of divers and asymmetric threats for the Indian Navy. The next slide. The next one. We have also developed and supplied the combat management system for ships and submarines. Submarines in the past, which was a project we undertook approximately 10 years back, and also a recently developed and supplied combat management system for the indigenously built aircraft carrier of the Indian Navy, INS Vikrant. As you can see from this slide, the entire hardware, the system software, and some of the critical application software have been indigenously designed and developed by us. This CMS is also being offered for all foreign Navy ships requirements. And we can also do the integration with the onboard sensors in the various ships. The next slide, please. As a system integrator, we are currently modernizing 30 to 37 air bases of the Indian Air Force, and have already modernized 30 air bases in the phase 1 of the contract called Modernization of Airfield Infrastructure, wherein we are supplying, upgrading the complete airfield with state-of-the-art navigational aids, modern airfield lighting systems, air traffic control, air traffic management equipment, civil and electrical works, and communication systems. The phase 1 of this program is called MAFI Phase 1, and the phase 2 is MAFI Phase 2, which comprises of 29 sites of the Indian Air Force and of course Indian Navy sites as well. And as a system integrator, as you can see through by having our being located in proximity to our customers through these large programs, which comprises of the modernization of airfield infrastructure, the integrated electronic warfare system, and of course the comprehensive integrated border management system, we have developed service centers across the various customer sites. So here you can look at the Indian map and you can see we are located right across the length and the breadth of the country for providing and addressing service related requirements of our customers. The next slide. With this, we thank you for your attention, and we can see the point of contacts from our various verticals over here. Should you wish to get back to us for any of your requirements, please feel free to do so. Thank you so much. Spasiba bolshoi.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the representatives of part of the group, I mean of defense of Tata company. It's a very powerful group, well known all over the world. That's clear that the products of this group is on demand. Special thanks for you for your presentation. I would like now to turn the floor to Mr. Varhi Avinash. If I properly deciphered, because what is written, this is India, the head of development of international business. It's Larsen and Toubro Limited. It's targeted for the CIS countries and European countries. So please welcome Mr. Elish. Thank you very much. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Once again, good day, dear guests. Today, our webinar, our friends are presented from Eurasian countries and the partners from India. And I'm glad to tell you about our company, Larsen and Toubro Limited. Our company was established in 1938, and it is an open joint stock company or public joint stock company, which is run by the professional team. The previous year, our revenue was $21 billion. In our business portfolio are defense industry, electrics and automatization, big civil infrastructure, edifiers of industrial facilities, energy, transfer and distribution of energy, heavy machinery industry, transport infrastructure, water resources, and cleaning and purification systems. Here it is also represented some of the projects which we have implemented in India. And they also include such objects of infrastructure such as stadiums, airports, electric stations, transport corridors, and other special objects. These are some projects which we have implemented in other countries, in Qatar, in Uzbekistan, in Bangladesh, in Malaysia. And today, of course, I would like to tell you about the defense industry. We have 9 factories in India which are running the production of defense industry. In Vadurar, we produce composite materials for aerospace industry. In Hazira, we have 2 facilities. In the first facility, we run the special production necessary for the submarines and ships. In the second factory, we produce on the armored equipment. This is in Talgon, we produce strategic. In Bangalore, we produce the electronics and the systems of warfare communication. In Coimbatore, we make the processing for the usage in aircraft sphere, which is in Kattupalli. This is the ships for our Navy. Now let's move to the portfolio of our products. Now we produce the artillery systems, 100 units for Indian Army. Also, you see our system, Pinaka. This is the system which was evaluated by the government organization, and we have implemented this project. One more good artillery product which we can offer is the 150 millimeter tank-based platform. We have also the systems for all the rocket systems, and we have modernized BM-24 Indian Army, 100 units, and we have the ready-made solutions for modernization of the Canon L70, ZU-23, and engine modification in BTA. This is our solution for modernization of the Tank 72, T-72, and this is our solution for modernization of Tank T-72. We produce different units and engineering systems for the Indian Army. Let's move to the Navy systems. We construct the atomic submarines and different types of ships for Indian Navy. And here you can see the examples of rocket and launching systems which we produce. We also produce all the types of engineering systems for the ships, such as stabilization, wind stabilization, air system stabilization and transfer, systems of support, all the types of management of the systems, distribution of electronic the periphery and electronics. L&T produces the equipment for the warfare communication, multifunctional information management system, which are called C4SI, and the systems of practical communication. Nowadays, the drones are the serious danger, and we can provide the special systems for the defense against the drones. We also produce different types of radars, and also radars of the surveillance, tracking and control and monitoring, also the unmanned robots for the underwater work, and we also construct different war objects. This is my brief overview of our capabilities. We can also work together in any sphere. Our office is also in Moscow, and you can also call us to Moscow or Mumbai, whatever, and we are always glad to work for you and with us, with you and for you. And thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Baghi, for the representation of the biggest multi-profile companies, Indian companies, which is making high quality and reliable products in different branches of defense, industry, and economy. And our time is almost over. If we keep the schedule, we just have only 2 minutes. One of this, the list of the speakers is exhausted, and I would like to just say just a couple of words before I turn the floor to our moderator. And I would like to thank everyone for the participation. Of course, it's clear that among the speech makers, it would be great if among the speech makers we had also representatives of other states, not only Russia and Eurasian Economic Union, Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, especially Kazakhstan, also has something to say, but it looks that on one side it depicts the reality which now exists in the plan of the warfare and defense cooperation between these countries and India on one side, but on another side we understand perfectly that today's topic of our talks is a specific one from the point of discussion. And this topic is quite delicacy, and not everyone knows is it convenient for the open discussion. That's why I think that we have done a lot of helpful what we could do, and now I would like to ask the permission to make this final speech of Mr. Gupta, the President of the Society of Indian Producers of Defense Products. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes,
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My gratitude to Mr. Alexander Rebus, Trade Commissioner, Embassy of the Russian Federation in India, Mr. Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Defense and Government of India, all the members of the industry and friends from the media. At the outset, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks for this session on opportunity for collaboration in defense industry at the first India-EAEU Conclave. The Society of Indian Defense Manufacturer, SIDM, India's apex defense industry association, in partnership with CII, is delighted to host this defense session, and I am confident that the conclave in general will open new avenues for the Indian industry to understand and strengthen economic ties with the EAEU. In the defense sector, India and EAEU countries share a lot of common challenges and opportunities which need to be explored And to create a thriving aerospace and defense ecosystem in respective country, it becomes imperative that all the countries collaborate and engage in dialogue to mature the economic potential that exists between India and the member states of EAEU. In terms of India business environment, we have seen several policy initiatives which have been taken by Government of India and which aim to create long-term momentum towards the growth of Indian defense industry. First one of it is that Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020, which is pushing forward for higher indigenous content and further encourages domestic manufacturing. So there are avenues where technology transfer can be set up. Announcement of a negative list for the import of defense equipment, liberalization of FDI of up to 74% under the automatic route for defense production, and combined with a separate capital budget for indigenous weapon procurement, which has been provided a strong foundation for India to emerge as the next defense manufacturing hub. Just to tell you that India has been the 5th largest defense budget in the world, and the value of its domestic defense production stands close to 12 billion US dollar. With the implementation of Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy 2020, the Indian industry is well on track to achieving the target of having a turnover of 25 billion US dollar in defense goods and services by 2024. And in this phase of growth, the industry from the EAEU countries can partner with the Indian companies to take advantage of mutual opportunities. India has also seen a staggering 700% growth in defense export in last 6 years and has made an entry into the list of top 25 exporter in the world as a Stockholm International Peace Research Institute report released in 2020. This is a testament to the capability and capacity of the Indian industry to meet global demand. I am happy that today we had presentation from a select few Indian companies which showcase the myriad capability of the Indian industry, ranging from UAV to vehicle to electronic warfare equipment, and some of the presentation from our EAEU partners. I am sure that this will lead to further business engagements between industry from both sides to enhance our defense trade. As chairman of the SIDM International and Export Committee, I would like to assure you that today's gathering, SIDM shall proactively work to foster a closer relationship between the Indian defense industry and member states of the EAEU. SIDM will be happy to facilitate opportunity between the industry from both sides as and when required. Lastly, I would like to thank Mr. Alexander Rybas for moderating the session and would place my sincere appreciation to the team of CII and SIDM for organizing the first India-EAEU conclave. Thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. And I would like once again to thank all the participants, and special thanks to our today interpreters. They were not prepared before. They did a lot of work in very difficult condition. And now, if the moderator can hear us, or I mean the present stage, I'm ready to turn the floor and we continue our work. Yes, of course, I listen attentively. I listen attentively because what our speakers mentioned, definitely it is of a special attention, and I was really happy and sometimes envying and they will find a lot of partner communications. Thank you very much, dear moderator, for clear timing. It's many thanks for this perfect timing and good moderation. Dear colleagues, I hurry up to inform that now we finished the session. It makes a great honor because we are in the time frame now. We will have 1 hour until 15:45, even 1 hour 20. You will have a free time. You can spend it as you want, but I remind you that nothing is better than to chat, to talk to the colleagues. If you appoint the team and you can continue the dialogues which we have arranged in the process of our event. you have enough time to talk and, of course, to get new communications. I remind you how to do this in order to participate in the B2B networking. You must register on the platform, and after that, we indicate that I'm ready for the meeting and the event. To write the information about your organization. Other companies will find out information about, and you can agree to the meeting. After that, push the button to invite, and then you can choose whom you can invite personally to appoint the meeting. After that, there is a link to the Zoom meeting where you can continue the dialogue, continue the talk, and that will definitely bring bright fruits of your mutual cooperation. In my side, I remind those who are in the session that we have a break. It will be until 15:45, 3:45, according to Moscow time. Then we'll have a very interesting plenary session, and I invite you to this session. Briefly, I inform you that what will be there. It will be the reports of the speakers of the plenary session, and definitely the moderator of the plenary meeting will be Chandra Banerjee, General Director of the Confederation of Indian Industry. That will be very interesting, and I remind you about the results as well. What happened? We had sessions dedicated to the measures of support and questions of development of agricultural and pandemic. It was in the very beginning, and also we had the session dedicated to the mechanism of application for reconstruction of agro-industrial development after the consequences of COVID-19, and also the ways to enforce the production and trade connections on the recession. You have seen all this? And we will make a break. I will be glad at our plenary session, and if there will be questions, please write them in the chat, and thank you very much for your attention. Well, dear colleagues, as you understood, and according to the start, we have the plenary session right now. And what we will have today, first of all, I would like to ask for some time to switch on your cameras so everyone will see we have the online, but still we have a lot of colleagues, partners, friends. It's a great pleasure to us to see. Please open the screens, just talk to each other, smile. That will. And I make a small reprise. If someone did not manage to choose the language, and you can choose the pictogram globe and choose the English or Russian language. Please do not forget to choose the original sound in order to listen to the interpretation. And the interpretation will be about the entire information, which is in stream. You can choose the language, it's either Russian or English, as far as you need to make the most productive time or day. You have time to get appointments, you have time. Please fill in and get acquainted to new companies. Search what you can improve, and as soon as you add, and then you can appoint the meetings which you continue during this stream. This is for the B2B. And we have a very rich day. I thank the speakers and separate special thanks for the moderators who helped us and supported. And of course, the colleagues, many thanks for those who watch us right now, for your support, for that you ask the questions, because they are really applied, necessary, and important about the material which we have on the Congress. Well, let us start, and with a great pleasure, I would like to turn the floor to the person who will moderate the plenary session. If you're ready, I would like to introduce General Director of Confederation of Indian Industry, Chandrajit Banerjee. Right now he's online, and the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself and the next speakers, and we will listen to and enjoy this plenary session all together. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And this is Chandrajit Banerjee. I hope I am audible and I hope I'm clearly visible. And once again, warm welcome to everybody who has joined this India-EAEU conclave, a very, very important conclave. Very soon we will be joined by Mr. V. Muralidharan, the Minister of State for External Affairs of the Government of India. We have, as you can see on the screen, Mr. Harish, for the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. And we have our ambassadors present from many of the countries, including Russia, Mr. Venkatesh Verma, whose screen I saw a little while back. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, participants who are attending this conclave, once again, a very, very warm welcome to everyone to be here. It's indeed a privilege to have all of you at this inaugural plenary of the first edition of this India-EAEU conclave. And at the outset, it was indeed very, very special occasion, I would say, and indeed very, very important that we will have with us very shortly our minister, who is at this point in time occupied on parliamentary work. So we will soon have, we soon shall be joined by him. I want to also very, very specially welcome Mr. P. Harish, the Additional Secretary once again. He is the Additional Secretary, Economic Relations and Economic Diplomacy Division of the Ministry of External Affairs. And he has been instrumental, indeed, very, very key person in seeing to it that this conclave takes off well in its shape. The first edition, as I said, of this, and it's being organized in partnership between the External Affairs Ministry. Mr. Harish has been captaining it, if I can say, along with the industry at CII over here in India. And we have received huge support from the Business Council for Cooperation with India, led by Mr. Chairman, who has been a long-standing friend, and his entire team, which we consider our close third partner for this. Today, we have over 1,000 odd participants in this conclave, which includes businesses, of course, which includes government officials, academia, members of the media, representatives of India, of various industry bodies, and diplomats from India and the EAEU countries of Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Kyrgyz Republic, and Armenia. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd have one request for all those who are not speaking, to if they can put their microphones on mute, because there seems to be some paper noise which is also coming in as one is speaking along. So it'll be nice if everybody puts their microphones on mute when they are not speaking. We have had a very, very fulfilling and productive day with intensive discussions on the areas of potential cooperation between India and the EAEU in our technical and the sectoral sessions that we have had. And the sectors taken up today ranged from very important areas like pharmaceuticals and healthcare, and also, of course, to areas like infrastructure and logistics, defense and agro-dairy, to digital technologies. So a lot of very, very important areas covered, and opportunities for cooperation in the field of innovation and startups and SME sectors, which is a very critical issue, has also been discussed today. And many of our senior members representing the Indian industry through the CII, large and the MSME companies of India, were a part of the sectoral discussions and brought in a wealth of their knowledge and expertise in these discussions. One of the very important areas of discussion between the two sides today is the India-EAEU Free Trade Agreement. And the EAEU is expected to become a large trade area that will service both West and East Eurasia. So an FTA between India and EAEU will result in increased bilateral trade between India and the EAEU. So an FTA will also make full use of the North-South International Transport Corridor, which really will link Mumbai to Iran's Chabahar port and heads east to Afghanistan and north to Azerbaijan and Russia. So the trade agreement is also expected indeed to improve market access while improving the level of interaction across all spheres of trade cooperation. In addition, it will also further reduce non-tariff barriers to trade, improve trade facilitation, and create favorable environment for industry development. And therefore, the potential of the EAEU-India FTA is just one of the strategic partnership, and I feel that it will provide a foundation for further deepening of ties between India and the members of the EAEU. So it's a great important subject to discuss, and it is being discussed today at this conference. And traditionally, CII has been we have had a very strong engagement with all the members of the EAEU nations, and we look forward to catalyzing industry partnerships, and we believe that this conclave will really drive concrete outcomes in terms of partnerships between our businesses. What we have in addition to the sessions which are here today and tomorrow, we will be focusing on pitching. There will be pitching sessions by companies on the opportunities and the products they offer for collaboration. And that would be followed by B2B meetings for various business participants. I'd also like to make a couple of suggestions to really enhance the bilateral trade and business cooperations between India and the EAEU countries for the consideration of this phenomenal audience that we have. So very quickly, four points. One, we would like to institutionalize the India-EAEU conclave like the ones that we have with other regions of the world. We have one which is institutionalized with Africa, with Latin America and the Caribbean, the CLMV countries, and so on. And I sincerely hope that all the members of the EAEU would support us in this particular endeavor. The second point I'd just like to mention and take the advantage actually of the presence of Mr. Harish especially and the others that we have from the government, that digital has enormous potential for collaboration. While the discussions today touched upon this area briefly, it will be indeed very, very critical if we can have a very focused approach in our work in this area as we go along. The third is financing. Financing is a very important area for the future of this relationship. Unless we have an institutional mechanism for financing projects and trade, it would really be difficult proposition to enhance investment and trade. So we have started working with the Eurasian Development Bank, which has such a mandate. And I'm sure that there will be other institutions which could be tapped in order to further this particular endeavor. And lastly, the international north-south transport corridor, what we call the INSTC, that should be widely marketed amongst the Indian industry and businesses in the EU, which would become extremely important once the FTA is concluded, as it is the shortest trade route to the EAEU region from India and vice versa. So let me once again thank all of you who have come here today for this very, very important function. We are from India, led by Shri Muralidharan, our minister, and very senior officials, as I mentioned, Mr. Harish and others who are present over here, and all officials that we have from the EAEU countries and business delegations. And we really want to once again very warmly welcome all of them to this conference. So thank you once again and welcome to all.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Mr. Vladimir Padalko, Vice President, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Russian Federation, to give his remarks, please.
Greetings, distinguished colleagues. I'm happy to greet you in person here today on behalf of Russian Chamber of Commerce, and I want to thank especially our Indian partners who in the recent year 2020 were actively engaged in all the events that were taking part in the territory of Russia, in part of summit of Shanghai Organization of Cooperation and BRICS. You know, we as a Russian Chamber of Commerce, we are in charge of business parts, in charge of business events of Shanghai Organization of Cooperation and BRICS, and we've facilitated dozens of events. There were marathons of conferences that took 3 to 4 days, and in every conference on all platforms, our Indian platforms were seriously active. And again, distinguished colleagues, we want to thank you for this, because this year, especially, India is a chair at BRICS, and we will also support your endeavor from our sides. For all who are listening and attending today, I want to say that when we're speaking about the work in the Shanghai framework, this is our regional economic safety and regional cooperation. And when we speak about BRICS, BRICS is transcontinental project pipeline, and together with our Indian colleagues and partners, we are now putting all efforts and endeavors into declaration of rules and framework of cooperation for long-term prospects along 9 main sectors of economy. This is the manufacturing powers, agriculture, IT, digital, healthcare, qualification, HR matters, and ecology. There are also such projects like aviation and other progressive lines. And of course, perhaps not today or not tomorrow, we will find the final framework on how we will work on our global markets in the future. We will not be afraid of any cartel situation or cultural agreements that are now, as of now, putting on ice or putting on hold our sides from additional communication. And here, additional, I want to to stress out our partnership with our Indian colleagues that was established during the pandemics of COVID-19. What were the actions that we were doing together in fight, in struggle against these evil pandemics that affected all of us? In the first line, I wanted to mention that we faced an enormous wave of force majeure claims from the Russian Chamber of Commerce and Trade, our Confederation of India entrepreneurs, Russian, Indian, and Indian Russian business councils. They've got tens of thousands contacts, for example, of force majeure, and 120,000 claims were adopted by the Russian Chamber of Commerce. And the majority of these claims were related to force majeure, for act of God. And this is an enormous activity. And you know, we think the following. If previously in 2020, we were facing 20 packages of certification and we were thinking that this was an enormous year, but already now we've assessed more than 500 packages of such information, and these are tens and dozens of contracts within one package. But we've made it and we've put our efforts, because when we know that this is affecting our life, this is affecting the life of entrepreneurship, we can work further. There are no problems from the Russian Chamber or from Confederation of Chambers of Trade and Commerce that we were not working somehow. So therefore, I want to thank again our Indian colleagues for your operative cooperation and work in all means with force majeure. Now we're working on the Russian land to close the following matter. We want to back up business and return business to the normal way of work, to return business to external contracts, to more investments, and so on. We have now a set of instruments that provides us for a progressive outlook for Russian-Indian contacts. Let it be, we have a decrease in goods turnover, but again, these are not a physical, but cost measurements. And again, along with our internal banks, we have BRICS Bank that is financing our projects. This is also Eurasian Bank for the Development, or that is ready to make this. And we have several international non-sanctions bank where we could also gain investments. And at the end of the day, we have Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and other Republican banks that are able to act as financial operators of our deals. And I also wanted to stress it that we are getting back to the regular work. Russian-Indian relations will be in a very tight mode, seen into account on the next, on the closest St. Petersburg International Economic Forum in Delhi, when there will be this year's summit BRICS also. And we, together with our partners from FICA, are creating the program of presentation of Indian companies in regions of Russia, because regions of Russia are very interested and they are ready to cooperate, to invest, because everybody understands easy trading is the matter of yesterday. We're going to the digital and to the new phase, and we are ready to provide all the possibilities of the Russian Chamber of Trade and Commerce for us to back up and put forward our relationships to the India. We are very sure and we have all the possibilities to make our plans real. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Padalko. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Ms. Goar Barsigyan, Director, Integration Development Department, Eurasian Economic Commission, to give her remarks, please.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants of the Congress. I am happy to greet all of you today representing the Eurasian Economic Commission, and I want to thank the Russian Business Council, the FINDIA, and the Indian side and party to take part at the plenary session of the Russia, India, and EAEU convent. the Conclave, and we are the partners, or one of the key partners here, because we are working on the basis of the broad dialogue with India. And here, in view of the overall falling down of the goods turnover, we've seen also an insignificant decrease in goods turnover between EIU and India. Still, these are not the major changes. In a serious way, we want to state that India remains one of the priority trading partners of the EIEU. And on the second slide here, you can see the numbers that are also representing the main shares of trade turnover of the EIEU, which the major part is played by Russian Federation. And I also want to state significant shares of other member states of the EIEU. So the numbers you can see on the slide. And here we can see that all states, member states, are involved in trading, and they are interested in intensification of trade and economical ties between India and EIEU. Speaking about mechanism between EIEU and India, one of the main tools is the free trade zone, which is now discovered in rounds of talks, also in a format of a dialogue of commission with integration unities, members of which is India also. Here at the end stage, we have the memorandum with the Shanghai Organization of Cooperation, and after the memorandum will be signed, we will have new systemic platform for our dialogue. And the next prospectful format is cooperation within the framework of the initiative Big Eurasian Partnership. BEPA is not foreseeing a new structured integration union. It is stating a step-by-step fastening of understanding of the fact that in the huge Eurasian region per se, there is already a base. The BEPA essence, as we can see it right now, lies in systematization of ties between the existing players, or also the so-called summary of potential of different integration projects. The development of this initiative is, of course, possible with a close incorporation between EIU and key subjects of region like CIS, ASEAN, and India. And we are also hoping that we will invite later our European colleagues to join us. And we are also securing the dialogue for the business circles within the Eurasian Economic Commission and India. And here on this stage, we can use the infrastructure that is made within the EIEU. This infrastructure is accessible for the representatives of business circles from the member states and for foreign partners, including the partners from India. And of course, we are speaking about organization of international cooperation, united business missions, and we are applying to our business partners who are already rendering the services for other member states of EIEU, which provides for additional possibilities to opening new regions, new markets, and establishing new contacts. And for cooperation between the representatives of foreign business with business circles of member states at EIEU, we see also useful business forums, business seminars, business dialogues that are held by Eurasian economical commissions. And our key event is Eurasian Economic Forum that is to be held in Kazakhstan, and then it will be step by step facilitated in every member state of the Eurasian Economic Union. And to cooperate with our business, we offer to our Indian partners to use actively congresses. Congresses are the events where India is traditionally very good represented. It's St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, Eastern Economic Forum, and other events that are held on the territory of member states of EIEU, which include the Eurasian Economic Commission. And one more efficient format for cooperation between EIEU business circles is the business dialogue, which is in a systematic way facilitated by the Eurasian Economic Commission. And this event provides for business circles to put actual and topical questions for business in assessing the market possibilities. And also the key role for EIU joint partners is made by Business Council at the EAEU, and here you can see the correspondent information on this slide. It's very important for us to use this possibility of cooperation with India, and we are also open for any initiatives from the Indian party, because I'm pretty sure that we have many points of cooperation here, because pandemics also has shown us the necessity of cooperation in working with international economic problems. I want to stress it out that pandemics affected the infrastructure, and still the EIU is ever developing. We see that in many regions we see the protectionist tendencies, but EIEU is also facing pandemics challenges, and Commission and the national governments increased the work in on the development of new plans for the development. At the end of 2020, heads of our states have proven strategic directions for Eurasian economic integration for 2025, and the main topic and aim of this document is to make the space for 4 freedoms on the 8th of EIU. This is a roadmap, really, for realization of all for all statements in the contract of EIU. So tax administration, technical regulation, and creation of unified markets in electro-energy, oil and gas. And at the same time, strategy foresees measures for increasing of the EIU and the Commission authority, like a subnational organ in matters of IT, digitalization, green technologies, sport, urbanism, and so on. And this strategy is the next step towards integration and definition of national institutions, supranational institutes. In the document, there is also one section for shaping of EIU as one of the center for the development of the modern world. And to achieve this task, we put new accent on cooperation with third parties and of new unities. We are also working with the countries with established mechanism, and we are also inviting all the countries who are interested in intensification of business dialogue with EIU or intensification with the business circles. Speaking about the EIEU India, we have a separate point for Indian party for us to sign the free trade zone between the EIU and Indian Republic. And here at the end of my presentation, I want to thank the Russian Federation and Republic of India for organization of this Congress and for invitation. These events are a good platform for productive dialogue, exchange of experience, high-level discussion of problems, and searching for solutions. Thank you again, distinguished colleagues, for your discussion, and I want to wish you good luck here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barsigyan. May I now invite Mr. Alexei Pilko, Director, Eurasian Communication Center, Eurasian Economic Mission, to kindly give his remarks.
Thank you so much, distinguished colleagues. I wanted to thank personally all organizers of this event for granting me a possibility to deliver today on the topics. I want to say that the Eurasian Economic Union that was established 6 years ago is dynamically growing. Of course, there are some challenges, but generally we can state that this is a sufficient integration project. But the value of Eurasian Economic Union is not per se in the markets, in the union, in the overall regulations, in the common field. This is also a valuable tool that plays a unique role in plane of cooperation between our partners in Eurasia. And the key to success of Eurasian integrational project is the successful cooperation between EIEU with the biggest economies of Eurasia, and of course on the Asian part of the continent. Therefore, in the Eurasian Economic Union in India, in the GDP for parity of purchase possibilities, it seems to be very prospectful. And when we speak about cooperation between EIU and India, we are meaning not only trading and goods turnover between India and the member states of the EIU. We are decreasing the logistics because the prospect logistic corridor north-south can really significantly positively change the economic landscape of Europe, and it will provide for better state of all the countries that will be part of this project. And this cooperation between EIU and India is rooted very much in history, because starting from the 1940s, at the end of 1940s, we were positively engaged in cooperation between Soviet Union and India.
Russia also successfully cooperated since the 90s with India. And generally speaking, all our historical roots of cooperation, which are more than 50 years old, they can really help us in future. And I think that it all only starts concerning Eurasian integration project, and the strengthening the relations between Eurasian Union and India can be very important direction of future Eurasian integration. And then we closely come to the very strong and ambitious purpose of project of Big Eurasia for establishing the unified economic conditions of play on the territory where Eurasian China, European Union, and India will be involved. We have all the prerequisites for this, and the very important point, the very important brick for this will be successful relation between Eurasian and Russia. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite Mr. Sergei Cheromin, Minister, Department for Foreign Economic and International Relations, Moscow City, and Chairman, Business Council for Cooperation with India, the BCCI, to kindly give his remarks, please.
Your Excellence, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm really glad to welcome all of you on a plenary session of the Congress of India and Eurasian Union. It's a real facility for the dialogue of the representatives of the bodies of state authorities, members of Eurasian Economic Union, representatives of Russian and Indian business, and because of we face the necessity to change the tasks of municipal services in the system of education, social sphere, and to change the attitudes in the healthcare. First of all, I would like to highlight our success in making the vaccination against COVID-19 in Moscow the program, which started on the 5th of December here, 2020. On the 18th of January this year, we have started the all-Russian program for vaccination. For implementation of this project in Russia, in capital of Russia, Moscow, was established all the necessary technological and technical chain. The medical personnel has undergone the additional trainings, and the work continues for improving of the vaccine, and it is already tested the drug Sputnik Light. The achievement of Moscow in the field of digital technologies enabled to provide the harmonized work of the Moscow Capital Center of Telemedicine established in a very short period of time. This significantly unloaded our hospitals, clinics, and need to control the state of the patients all day through. A very important condition of providing the sustainability of the economy of the city during the pandemic time became the support of the entrepreneurs. And in Moscow, it is already the 5th pack approved of the measures of support prolonging the program of subsidization. They help to make the small and medium business to get the meanings for purchasing of the equipment, take down the expenses for renting the facilities, compensate the percentages on the credits, to take down the price of the franchise and the communal and municipal payments, not to make the dismissal of personnel. Today, the capital of Russia is the biggest center for attraction of external and internal direct and foreign investment because to the developed infrastructure, high consumption level and potential. And there are 15% in the capital of all the investments to the main capital and almost half of the direct foreign investments to the country. In the structure of investments, more than 2/3 are concentrated in the sphere of financial services, of the industry, information technologies, in which Moscow is fully competitive on the big international market of investments. In the condition of pandemic, we're also remarking the increased role of the state in effective measures developments for establishing cooperation in the field of trade, investments, finance, digital economy, in providing the sustainable development of our macro regions. Due to pandemic, the cooperation of Moscow to the international partners, and there are almost 150 of them, became more even effective. The Council of Cooperation with India not stop its work on carrying out the profile events targeted to the development of the business and strengthening the connections. In our plans, we have the carrying out different forums with Indian partners, which could become on demand by the business community on the whole territory of Eurasian Union. And we carry out on strengthening the municipal cooperation. The program for cooperation with Delhi signed in 2017, which enabled in the frames of carrying out the large set of events in the days of Moscow in Delhi and Mumbai, seriously to strengthen the connections between our business communities and societies, and that also give opportunity to represent the export potential of two countries and to make their large-scale cultural and sport activities. We wait for signing the agreement about the free trade zone between India and Eurasian Economic Union, what will make us a new impulse of development of external relations between our countries. We actively discuss the question of preparation of new support between Russia and India, and that will also make a protection of investors from both countries. We're also planning to develop the mutual interaction in the frame of the electronic trade, and also to enable the access for the database on the products and the services of our entrepreneurs. How the Council understands the Russian and Indian dialogue, how the Conclave understands that. We have a lot of important projects. We have more than 50 of them, which are in priority of the Council activity. And first of all, this is development of pharmaceuticals and signing the offset contracts as it is practiced by the government of Moscow, and medical technologies. And this is a global project as development of the transport corridor north and south. However, perspective we perceive the projects of establishing the electronic trade facility based on the platform Sberbank, which also simplify the procedure of counter agents and the processes of signing the contracts. Also for the entrepreneurs of small and medium business, in order to make the popular cultures and traditions, we are planning this year to carry out the joint together with Indian aliens Days of India in Moscow. It is also necessary to become attractive, what will also cause, after pandemic, the increase of tourist activity. That will also provide, in particular, the simplification of procedures of issuing the long-term visas. All these joint efforts of the government, of Eurasian Commission and business community are definitely giving the serious results, enabling to make the economic cooperation between our countries on totally different level. And I would like to wish all of you successful work, and to our entrepreneurs multilateral development of external trade, financial and business connections.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. And I'd like to really extend a very, very special welcome, warm welcome to Shri V. Muralidharan, the Minister of State for External Affairs. Welcome, sir. Welcome to this very important India-EAEU conclave. Your personal presence and participation at this conclave today really endorses the importance being placed on this relationship by the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us our Minister, Shri Muralidharan, who has been extremely supportive, if I may say, of the Indian industry and has been a part of many of our economic engagements with different regions of the world. And his commitment to this endeavor has really enabled Indian industry to strengthen our commercial and our economic relations with many countries across. And his understanding, I must say today, ladies and gentlemen, his understanding of the pulse of business and his knowledge of the Indian industry is a great support to the industry here in discussing several business issues at a number of international fora. Sir, we are honored to have the presence of a large number of dignitaries across the EAEU countries participating here today, more than 1,000 odd delegates that we have present over here from the EAEU countries of Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, Kyrgyz Republic, and Armenia. And we are indeed most honored to welcome you. Thanks for making time for this engagement, and would like to request you for your special address as the chief guest. Over to you, sir.
His Excellency Mr. Asen Isev, Ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic, Mr. Vladimir I. Padalko, Vice President, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Russian Federation, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, CII, Mr. P. Harish, Additional Secretary, Economic Relations, Ministry of External Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaskaram and good evening to all of you. It's a matter of great pleasure addressing the India-EAEU conclave. Traditionally, India and the EAEU countries have had warm and friendly links going back centuries, and these serve as a strong foundation for our partnership. Between India and the EAEU countries, the areas of cooperation include key sectors such as manufacturing, infrastructure, energy, and services. The potential strategic partnership between the two can bring significant gains to both sides. The Government of India, in partnership with the CII, has supported multiple business delegations to the EAEU countries to facilitate direct business-to-business contacts, promoting trade and investment between India and Eurasian economic regions. Various sectoral delegations, buyer-seller meets, and SCO Startup Forum are some key highlights of the previous year, when businesses from the EAEU region met their Indian counterparts on virtual platforms to discuss business opportunities and identify potential partners. I'm happy to note that organizations such as the CII have risen to the occasion, given the ongoing COVID pandemic and the challenges that businesses across the world continue to face owing to the travel restrictions. Platforms such as these have helped the businesses navigate the current challenges by creating opportunities for B2B interactions across countries over digital platforms. Friends, you may be aware that India has already started the process of negotiations for a trade agreement with EAEU. However, our interest is not limited to trade. We are interested to engage EAEU in a comprehensive manner. It's important to underline that the free trade agreement can potentially translate into enhanced bilateral trade and investment. There are several key sectors where significant opportunities exist for deepening economic and commercial partnership between India and the EAEU countries. In the healthcare sector, building upon India's expertise in the domain, development, production, and marketing of generic drugs, medical devices, and health tech are the potential areas which could become the basis of cooperation in the sector between India and the EAEU countries. Indian hospitals have successfully established a large number of telemedicine facilities in various countries. Capacity building in areas such as healthcare is an important pillar of India's development partnership abroad. To this end, both sides could explore existing and potential opportunities for greater collaboration in the telemedicine healthcare services, manufacturing of tropical drugs, and joint research for the prevention of communicable diseases. Trade in services is another vital area of potential cooperation between the two sides, given that the services sector is rapidly growing in all countries. Cooperation in sectors such as tourism, finance, fintech, and other professional services can be further explored. Discussions could also be initiated on mutual recognition agreements to boost engagement in these areas. In the infrastructure sector, India and the EAEU countries could explore the possibility of building a transport corridor between the two regions for enhanced connectivity. The said corridor will not only provide physical connectivity, but will also strengthen mutual standardization and harmonization to ensure smooth flow of goods and services between the two regions. Besides physical connectivity, potential for increasing digital connectivity between the two sides may also be discussed and leveraged in the future to expand our mutual interaction. The promotion of bilateral investments in SMEs could increase the magnitude of investments flow between the EAEU and India and have a positive effect on SMEs of both regions. In agriculture sector too, India and the EAEU countries could explore possibilities for strengthening collaboration which could increase the competitiveness of our agricultural sectors, enhance the two-way trade in the area, and improve conditions for business cooperation. Further, India and the EAEU country economies can reap substantial benefits from the integration of our industries and businesses in the global value chains. This will, however, require enhanced collaboration between the two sides. Ongoing global discussions on the issues of market access, ease of doing business, and trade facilitation reforms, particularly for cross-border exchange of goods. Friends, the government has taken several steps to improve the domestic environment for facilitating investments in the manufacturing sector. The government has announced a production-linked incentive scheme to create manufacturing global champions for an Atmanirbhar Bharat for 13 sectors. These include several new and emerging sectors such as electronics, electric vehicles, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, solar PV models, and modules and telecom. The Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative announced by the Honorable Prime Minister have accelerated our pace of structural reforms. Redefinition of MSMEs, commercialization of the mineral sector, agriculture and labor reforms, privatization of public sector undertakings, and One Nation, One Ration card are some of the notable reforms carried out during this period. The government is also focusing on the 3 T's, trade, tourism, and technology, to streamline and strengthen our imports and exports, enhance investments in new and emerging sectors, and provide a push to inbound and outbound tourism in the post-COVID times. I would like to thank Mr. Sergey Evgenievich Chermin, Minister, Department for Foreign Economic and International Relations, City of Moscow, His Excellency Mr. Nikolai Kudashev, Ambassador of the Russian Federation, for sending in their recorded messages for the conclave. We look forward to this dialogue and are hopeful that the discussions to be held over the next 2 days will come to fruition to the greater benefit of both sides. Thank you for the attention. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your very wise and kind words. And it really gives us a huge encouragement. Through your speech today, at this point in time, you have really helped us set the agenda and directions for the discussions that will flow. And we really value this relationship and this engagement of yours with this very important region, the EAEU region. And we are indeed most grateful for yours finding out the time in spite of the parliament session. We understand the pressures, and thank you very much, sir, for being with us and guiding us with your kind words. Thank you, sir. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the next part of the session, and we'd like to once again welcome Sri P. Harish, the Additional Secretary, Economic Relations and Economic Diplomacy Division of the Ministry of External Affairs. And he has, as I mentioned, a very important and a key player in today's conference. And I would request Mr. Harish to give his address to this audience, please. Mr. Harish, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for conducting the program and for being our partners in this. I want to thank our Honorable Minister, Sri V. Muralidharanji, for his address. I want to thank all the other distinguished guests who have spoken before me, and I especially want to thank CII and you personally for Mr. Banerjee for the initiative and your team at CII, which has made this possible. We are also extremely thankful to the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Russian Federation, the Eurasian Economic Commission, the Chairman of the Business Council for Cooperation with India, and the other members of the business and industry from India and from the EAU countries who have taken part in the deliberations of this conclave. Why is this important? We believe this is important because this is the first India-EAEU conclave. This is something we should have organized a long time back. But as I say, better late than never. And we're thankful that members of the business and industry and chambers and the CII have got together to organize this. EAEU is a key pillar for our Connect Central Asia and Eurasia policy. It is important for our political, economic, security, and cultural connections. It's a very important region for us, for our engagement. Historically, in this region, we have been providing infrastructure development in the form of universities, hospitals, telemedicine, IT centers. But we have also gone through the period of the pandemic during the last year. this is an appropriate moment for us to revisit and reconnect with business and industry in all regions. When we look at the trade data, we find that according to our data for 2019-20, for the financial year that ended in March last year, our trade was roughly $13 billion, and the balance of trade has not been in favor of India, in favor of our partners in the EAEU countries, to the tune of slightly over $6 billion. Now, this calls for some action from our own business and industry, from CII, to look at the quantum of trade, the balance of trade, and to see what is it that we can do to address the requirements of our partners in a manner that meets their quality standards, their requirements. And here I would urge that a more detailed and a sectoral approach from the side of our business and industry is certainly called for. Honorable Minister spoke about the need to look at agriculture. I think that's a very important area. Dairy and agriculture are important thrust areas for our trade with the region. And in the case of EAEU, I think our agri-trade could certainly improve to a significant extent. This is a great area of focus for our government, and a number of key initiatives have been taken in this sector. And we believe that we are in a position to meet the agricultural requirements, the agricultural product requirements of the EAEU countries. We are positioning India as a provider of choice of agri products and in the food processing sector. And we would urge CII to make this a target area and to look at how best we can utilize the formats of the EAEU business events, which have been outlined by earlier speakers, to see how we can pitch our food processing sector and our agri sector to them. We are also looking extensively at how we can collaborate in the IT and the digital sector. As our minister correctly pointed out, India and the whole world during the course of the last year has witnessed our extreme dependence on digital modes, not only for bringing about governance in the country, but even meeting the vital needs of our own citizens. India, in the last 5 years, has been able to leverage digital and e-governance platforms in a significant manner to reach out citizen services to our own to our people. And now we are in a situation where some of these digital platforms are going global. Unlike many other countries, in India, a lot of the technology involved in these digital platforms and in the development of these platforms is not IPR focused, but it has been made and put in the public domain as digital public goods, so to speak. They are available and any country in the world could use and leverage these digital public goods to develop similar digital and e-governance platforms for use in those countries. We believe in the ITES sector and in the whole area of promoting the development of digital platforms and e-governance platforms. There is a natural symmetry between us and the EAEU countries, and this is something I would urge CII to look at, to bring together players on both sides so that we can see how best we can develop these partnerships in a commercial framework on a wider scale. We have put in the public domain such platforms, including for biometric digital identity development, the MOSEP. We have developed platforms for education. Through the entire year last year, we have been able to reach out to our students through tele-education and digitally energized textbooks through QR codes. Some of these technologies can be made available and commercially leveraged at a larger scale, and I think our business and industry needs to look at the opportunities. Similarly, telemedicine along with tele-education has emerged as a huge area after the pandemic, and I think some of the advances in telemedicine, app-based telemedicine initiatives, these should be looked at, and we should evolve suitable cooperation frameworks so that businesses on both sides can develop this. Tourism is an important sector. And I think our business and industry on both sides must explore and ensure not only that our agencies involved in promoting tourism, the business in the tourism sector get to meet each other and explore opportunities. We also have to better connect our civil aviation industry so that opportunities for tourism are enhanced. Where we have our business engagement, our connectivity is a key factor. Our minister also referred to the International North-South Transport Corridor and other key infrastructure projects, which we expect will augment the trade between India and the EAEU region. Our government has announced a very ambitious initiative, the Atmanirbhar Bharat or the Self-Reliant India initiative, which is aimed at positioning India as a manufacturing destination of choice. Our manufacturing sector is keen to engage with industry in the EAEU region. We have also announced production-linked incentives to attract investments into India. We have our national agency Invest India, which is there to handhold foreign investors coming and investing in India. Our embassies and consulates abroad have been primed to get in touch with investors, undertake the necessary facilitation between foreign investors and Invest India in our Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Renewable energy is a very important focus area. Solar is a key sector. We are the headquarters of the International Solar Alliance. There have been ambitious plans to look at a one sun, one world, one grid. We are also looking at options on how to facilitate financing for solar energy sectors. I think all of this would call for a greater outreach to the EAEU region, again through our industry. And I think renewable energy will be a key focus area for our engagement with the region. Finally, I would like to say that mobility and migration and social security agreements should underpin movement of business professionals between our two regions. This is something we will look to forge so that there is seamless movement of business professionals who will be moving between our countries. The social security agreements will provide the framework for that. We also hope we can look at concluding suitable mobility and migration agreements with you. So I think all in all, the takeaways for us from organizing this business conclave, the first of its kind, is that we need more of this in the first instance. Secondly, we need more detailed discussions at a sectoral level between our business and industry. And third, the areas that emerge from deliberations of this conclave should be the subject for further engagement between business and industry and governments. And indeed, the diplomatic missions of India in the EAEU countries and of the EAEU countries in India. We need this close engagement. This is a very important region, and we need to take this forward by putting in place the necessary framework for a strong business and economic engagement. Thank you very much, and once again, thanks to CII and your partners for organizing this. And I want to thank my colleague Venkat, who is in Moscow. I can see him. Thank you for all the effort you've made in bringing this possible, and all our missions in the other EAEU countries too, who are here. Thank you for all the effort you've made in making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Harish. Thank you very much for this leadership, for really helping us get this conclave to make it a reality, and to also help us today, just now as you spoke, outline the type of contours on within which we shall work and within which we would be able to take forward the various topics and issues that are there as opportunities in front of our industry and in front of the region and the country. So thank you very much once again for helping us set the agenda right, and for giving the leadership and this partnership, which we value so much. Thank you very much for your participation. Back to you, Renuka, for taking this
Thank
forward.
you. Thank you, CB. Thank you, Mr. Harish. And now we move on, and we have Mr. Andrei Prokopchuk, Deputy Director, Directorate of Foreign Trade and Economic Activity, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Belarus, addressing us. Can we have you, sir, please?
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Greetings, distinguished colleagues, distinguished hosts. Mr. Banerjee, I wanted at first to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of India, to the Chambers of Commerce, to the Belarus Republic Representative Office to grant me a possibility to briefly discuss with you Belarusian and Indian trade and commercial relations and further talks on the free trade agreement between the EIU and India. India is one of the key trade and economical partners of Belarus Republic, and it is a stable participant of top 15 priority countries. During the last 5 years, our bilateral trade has showed growth by almost 43%, which is a serious number, as we can see, and it also shows us that we are reciprocally interested, that our business circles are interested in the development of mutually beneficial cooperation. And even in the previous year, 2020, although there was the of international economic activities, we had a small fall in 1.3% of turnover, and this is about $575 million. Our structure of goods turnover is sufficient because we are backing up each other in black metals, in integral schemes, and agri-tech. We are also evidencing in the last year the record for fertilizers delivery into India, which physically volume is 1.5 million tons, and this is not a matter of us to limit this direction, because this is a strategic way of cooperation for India and for Belarus Republic. What makes us happy, really, is that we have a serious cooperation in the sphere of in the mining. For example, we are delivering the carrier loaders, trucks for coal mine India. 78 units are delivered, and they are already used in India in Indian carriers and shafts. And here, in January 2021, our Ministry of Production, the head of Samasval of Belas, visited India, where there was additional contract signed for the delivery of 96 carrier trucks with a capacity load of 240 tons. And this turned out to be the result of many years of cooperation between the Indian and Belarusian business circles with support of the government of the countries. And we want to state that this or similar projects will also be developed in other spheres. We see also success in cooperation in the development and in recycling in Belarus. And we have an international commission for cooperation in science, in culture, in technology from Belarus Republic. Mr. Pakhomichev, Minister of the Trade, is heading it. And in March in Delhi last year, we had the first Belarusian Indian Investment Forum, which was attended by more than 80 Indian and Belarusian organizations. And we also facilitated a meeting of Belarusian and Indian Intergovernmental Commission. We also shaped the cooperation group, working group in textiles, pharmaceuticals, trade and investments between India and Belarus. And the positive dynamics is also showed by the bilateral export of services. And we are also working further in investment cooperation between our countries. And we are happy that there are 3 investment projects in pharmaceuticals are facilitated with participation of Indian party. And still we think that the potential of our cooperation is not at its end. We are working further in the economical and cooperation between Belarus and India. And I think the agreement is also discussed for a longer period of time. There are some objective reasons for the parties not to enter into the talks. We are thinking that this year we will speak about the talks about the within the framework of Eurasian Commission with all members of EIU and India, and we will start to discuss the framework of trading deals, the outcome of which will be for the benefit and interest of all parties. But at the same time, the preliminary work is already ongoing, and for us not to lose time, because now we cannot have an offline format of meeting, so non-virtual, but at one table. We are now making our homework. We've changed the statistical data, and the goods nomenclature is also filed to India and from India to Belarus. For it is also the matter and subject for analysis, further analysis, for creation of certain first round workout here. And generally speaking, we want to say that the first round will take place in the nearest time, and we want to prove that we are ready to participate actively at this process of talks, multilateral talks. Thank you very much for your attention, and I want to wish you good luck here.
Thank you, Mr. Prokopchuk. We now have Mr. Dahran Besenbey, Deputy Director, Ministry of Trade and Integration, Republic of Kazakhstan, addressing us. Can we have your address, please?
Здравствуйте, дамы и господа, здравствуйте, коллеги.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Hello, dear colleagues. Let me first of all thank the business, the Indian part, and representatives of business community and members of Eurasian Economic Union for organization of the event, for ability to join and to share the vision. We, as the Republic of Kazakhstan and India, we have a very long joint story of cooperation, and within all this time, we have achieved very high and friendly relations. India, one of the key partners for Kazakhstan Republic, and in the year 2020, the trade has achieved significant threshold, almost $2.4 billion, and in the year 2020, despite pandemic, it has increased. And I would like to highlight the fact that the growth of the trade of goods was in both directions, as from Kazakhstan to India, both back from India to Kazakhstan. These numbers of cooperation and business communities in Kazakhstan Republic and India are significant numbers. We, despite these positive numbers, we suppose that nevertheless the potential of our growth is not exhausted, and we have an opportunity to develop it more. And by this, our cooperation can be out of the traditional goods trade, because even now we see the cooperation in almost all the fields. In the education, in the frames of the trade of the goods, we see the potential of growth of the Kazakhstan products, of industrial products. In the frame also, in this frame, we see significant potential of supply of the goods from India and traditional goods which we produce. This is from India, medical meanings, and we are open for the new branches, for new opportunities for interaction and cooperation. That's why I would like to highlight potentially important role of the agreement between the states and members of Eurasian Economic Union and India in the frames of our potential agreement about the free trade zone. Of course, we are only in the start of our way, as our colleagues have remarked. We did not start the negotiation themselves, but they carried out consultations, and the data analysis also testimony that we can achieve significant shifts in our mutual trade of the whole Union in India. And on the whole, remarking that historically we are old partners and we have big potential of increasing of trade in goods and services, such an agreement could provide us establishing the new juridical infrastructure for the future development of our cooperation, and could let our representatives of business community an opportunity to cooperate in frames of fully transparent system, which could give them an opportunity to enter the mutual markets or mutual entry of the markets. And I'm pretty much sure, and my colleagues also are sure, that the opportunities for our cooperation are not only in this agreement, but nevertheless, in this very time for us, it is a very interesting topic, and potentially, as it seems to us, it is helpful for the economies of all our states. Let me thank once again for the opportunity to participate in such an event, and let me wish you, your business, the fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Besenbai. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have His Excellency Mr. Nikolai Kudashev, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Russian Federation, addressing us.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to join the India-Eurasia Economic Union Conclave. The event is very timely for a number of reasons, which are very important for the Russian-Indian special and privileged strategic partnership. Our cooperation in 2020 did not stop despite the COVID-19 pandemic. However, schedule of our contacts was eventually affected. This year, we are all set to fill this gap and double our efforts to further push forward our friendly, trusted, and mutually beneficial ties. Among big events are the bilateral and BRICS summits, which are planned to take place in India in the second half of the year, as well as civil and defense intergovernmental commissions. Relevant preparations are well underway, and various high-level meetings are also scheduled. Obviously, a considerable part of the agenda will be the implementation of breakthrough agreements reached in 2019 at the Russian-Indian Summit in Vladivostok, which, along with other big decisions, reconfirmed the task to bring our trade by 2025 to $30 billion. There are many ideas how to support achieving this goal, and certainly the future India-Eurasia Economic Union Free Trade Area is among the most anticipated tools. It is believed it would bring a new quality to our trade in the long run, expanding volumes and range of products and creating new investment opportunities. No doubt, it would give a new essence to our current trans-regional connectivity projects, including North-South International Transport Corridor and Vladivostok-Chennai Direct Sea Route. It would provide a new impetus to the development of projects in the Far East and the Arctic region of Russia. In fact, further consolidation of India-Eurasia Economic Union ties goes in line with the practical implementation of Russian President Vladimir Putin's initiative of the Greater Eurasian Partnership, supported by our Indian partners. It is aimed at more efficient use of the existing connectivity potential between the regions from Lisbon to Jakarta to create an inclusive space of peace, harmony, and prosperity on the principles of equality and mutual respect. In this regard, we welcome your commitment to make India-Eurasia Economic Union FTA a big success and wish all the participants of this dialogue a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. And ladies and gentlemen, for the final speaker for this session, we have His Excellency, Mr. Esen Isev, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kyrgyzstan Republic. Over to you, sir.
Greetings, namaste, distinguished Mr. Minister, Mr. Deputy Minister, dear General Director of CIA, Mr. Banerjee, dear colleagues from Moscow, from the member states of CIS, EIEU, Mr. Minister Chairman, Mr. Ambassador of Russian Federation in India. I'm happy to greet all of you on this very important event. Thank you for the granted word. The State Minister, in his presentation today, showed very high interests of Indian party with in cooperation with EIU. And I think this is a serious political signal to the start for intensification of our work on cooperation and development of cooperation between EIU and India. It is very vivid, and I'm very glad to listen to this initiative from the business circles, from the side of Indian Confederation of Industry and Moscow Business Council, which is led by the Mr. Minister Chairman. And I think this is also a significant sign when business is supporting and backing up state structures in reaching of certain cooperation and agreements between EIU and India. And here, of course, we see a careful optimism that was stated from the side of the representatives of the Eurasian Economic Commission and from the side of representatives of state structures of the member states of EIU, of the fact that we are waiting for the first round because we've already interchanged a certain set of data that foresees from our side the possibility of signing of an agreement on free trade. I think that here this agreement is very important for EIU and for all states, member states of this economic union. And this signature of this document will provide for a multiplicative effect for all states. Out of the presentations and talks, we see that every member state of EIU has its own cooperation set with India. We can really see it, but on the post-Soviet platform, EIEU is the most important, most successful experiment. And when EIEU went mature, could develop its internal integrational processes, has turned its head to the left, to the right, and then we see India. And with India, we have to sign an agreement on free trade because India is the main partner of all member states at EIEU. And here, so there can be also concrete offers because it would be very interesting for us to know how the talks are progressing between the EIU and India, because for how long it can take, how long do we need to wait for the results? Can we imply some concrete experts from the side of the business? Invite these experts, because participants today told that visiting one of the countries of EIU, it would be also desirable to visit the other countries of EIU. If one of the countries within the EIU has a great example of cooperation, perhaps it would be a good choice to share your success with other participants of EIU. Therefore, here we see the overall interests and integrity, and I want to invite all the participants of the talks to reach the result as soon as possible, because separate talks, they can take very long with every concrete separate participant of a member state of EIU, and all the states of EIU are together a serious political and economic power. And therefore, Mr. Harish already mentioned that this is the first meeting, and it should be it should take place previously, of course, but I want to again congratulate all the participants. I want to thank the initiators of this event, and I want to wish to all of us as many of these events as possible for us to be able to feel when we are ready to sign the agreement on free trade. Thank you. Thank you for your kind.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to a close of the CII India EAEU Conclave. Thank you very much for being with us, and have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your reports. Thank you very much for your work on this day one of our conclave. I want to thank moderators, thank our speakers, and now I want to thank to the moderators, Chandrajit, Banmaranji. Thank you very much for your moderation. This was a very high quality, good moderation. And of course, the presentations, the reports are very interesting. They have huge prospect, and we want to work, and we have a wish to work further. And I'm pretty sure that this will be the case. And here at the end of this day, I want to say that tomorrow at 10 a.m. Moscow time, we will go on. We will wait for you tomorrow to make our work most efficient. And again, I want to remind you that the communication is going out of the streaming right now. You may also order meetings for each other, for the interested groups. Please do cooperate. Please do go on with this great beginning, and please prepare your questions. Tomorrow we will also face a new day, 10 a.m. Moscow time. We are starting Moscow time. Correspondingly, you need to calculate your time of participation for India or for whatever place you are, and we will have also plenary sessions that you will be able to see, and there will be in parallel. And please look on the possibilities, because I will tell about all the possibilities. And the first, pharmaceuticals and medical education, will be the first session. Please pay your attention to this topic if you are interested in this topic. And there are many interesting topics that are waiting for us for tomorrow. And I want to wish you a good evening and good day today. So good evening for Moscow time, surely, and good work. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll meet you tomorrow.